presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Yeah. 52 years ago, someone was born back in Adenau in the Rhineland in Western Germany and would soon create a legend that would be unmistaken and will never be forgotten. A lady by the name of Sabine Schmitz, who would have been 52 years old today, unfortunately was taken before her time. Well versed in the art of racing around here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, she's the only female driver in its history to win the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and did it in 2 successive seasons. And the car that she did it in was, of course, from Germany, the BMW M3. Sabine Schmitz would become a television personality through Top Gear and also would have racing exploits with her spouse, Klaus Eberlin, who she married back in the year 2000. And between the pair of them, they created a team that still races in her honour to this very day, Fricadelli Racing. So welcome everyone to qualifying for the GTR24H 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where we will go once around the clock starting from this coming Saturday. It is Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary bidding you a very guten Abend here from the Eifel region. Ewan, a one-off event, obviously not part of the EEWC, but it is one that has some prize money, which is in the rounds of €1,500. We're also going to have prizes for both the fastest lap in qualifying and also in the race, courtesy of Azatec, who will provide some water cooling for their PCs as a result of it. We've got a handful of teams, obviously some regular names and teams in the championship in the EEWC. We've also had some movers and shakers going through into different teams, but we are running in the SB9 class for this evening and also for the full 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. I'm really looking forward to this, the fact that it's a special event and there's nothing really on the line for these guys, nothing to lose, and that normally creates the best 24-hour racing. So yeah, I'm massively looking forward to it. Qualifying is just to kind of whet our appetite for tomorrow, which will be a great race, and so yeah, we'll see who's got the kind of early mark of pace, and we'll obviously take a look at that. It's about consistency during the race, keeping it out the wall going to be very important for all of these guys during the race. But for the moment, it's time to go as fast as possible for about 4 hours of action, 2 hours in Q1, 2 hours in Q2, and that will set the grid for the race tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, and quite a few cars, the Callaway Corvette C7R, the BMW M6, amongst others, the McLaren 650S, amongst others. And at the moment, the weather, myself, Peter, John and Yusuf talked about this earlier on in the podcast earlier on this week, that the word that John actually stated was unstable, and I fear that the microclimate that surrounds the Eifel regions, and particularly this 20-something kilometre circuit, is going to really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Possibly not. I'm not too sure if that's going to happen in quali. We have seen that the Nürburgring 24 hours has also been abandoned for a few hours due to hail. I think it was 2016, if memory serves me correctly. But here at the moment, conditions looking rather dry. Track temperature 23 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, for the moment, it's all right, but obviously, as you mentioned there, it doesn't often stay the same for very long around here, and snow can really fall at any point in the day, and we've just got to expect the unexpected, really, in this race in terms of the weather. There's bound to be rain at some point. I think, somewhat miraculously, last year, I don't remember seeing any rain, actually, but I could just be remembering wrong. It was certainly a great race, a very hard race. Everybody had some kind of issue in the end, but a little bit of rain would just spice it up a little bit more, as if we needed it to be spiced up anymore, because I think even without it we're going to have a really fantastic race, a really hard race, and it's a hard enough circuit without the rain. You certainly don't need to make it any harder. So on this very rare occasion, I'm sort of hoping in the back of my mind that it doesn't actually rain, just to keep things nice and close and keep as many cars in the race as possible, because as I mentioned, it's just a really, really hard race to get to the end of, even in dry conditions.
Very much the case. Now, BMW has the most successes in real life 24-hour Nordschleife action, 20 victories here, and this event has been running in real life for the best part of over half a century, as I'm just keeping an eye on Callum Wilson. So just over an hour and 55 minutes of this first of two parts of qualifying, and at the moment looks to be probably the best part of nearly 18 teams who will be gunning for the fastest aggregate lap over the two qualifying sessions here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I did venture here back in October 2016. It was a bit of a whistle-stop tour, to give a bit of context. I left my house here in southeast of the UK, crossed the ferry, drove to Evere, which is in the southern part of Brussels, drove to Zolder, then drove to Spa-Francorchamps, and then decided to on my way to Meckesheim, which is like 30 minutes outside of Hockenheim, I decided, well, let's go to the Nordschleife. Oh, and now there's been a bit of a moment for the 74 Juice's BMW that's just had an altercation with the barriers, and Roy de Munich behind the wheel of that car looks to be rather unscathed, but we'll have to start calling that car back, I think. But just looking back at the replay, oh, that was a full-on 360, and I'm sure that Nick Newcomb was probably grimacing as he saw Roy tag the barriers. I mean, that's one of the things here at the Nordschleife. The curbs are very aggressive in terms of camber, and one wrong foot put down on that particular surface, Ewan, can really make you spin around like a top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a few. I seem to remember somebody saying in the past about how many curves you can actually touch around here at the Nürburgring, and you know, a racing driver in real life, obviously. And they were saying there's about 3 that you can touch. Other than that, it's not really very useful to be touching the curves at any point. They're just so high and they bounce the car so much that it's either a death sentence and it will spin your car into the wall, or you know, it's just impossible, or it's just not very beneficial to you. So yeah, going to be staying away from them, which is quite rare these days, really. But staying away from the most important thing, and it looks like Roy de Munich didn't quite manage it on that occasion, having a spin down there at Versiphen it was, and I saw actually the 45 we saw in practice for that 2-hour session that we saw on Thursday night, just about 24 hours ago now. We saw the 45 DISSR lab car go off there, so really any kind of corner can be a sticking point around here. It is very tricky to actually hook a lap up, and so we're going to be seeing a lot of that tonight. A lot of returning to the pits after an accident, I feel, but it's a good job these guys have got 2 hours to get their lap time in.
Yeah, I still remember, what was it, back in 2010 in qualifying, someone had a massive hit, and that was coming out of the main carousel. The whole right-hand side completely obliterated, and at that particular corner, Pedro Lamy, who was in the sister car that was gunning for a second successive victory in real life, unfortunately got collected in an incident, and then was deemed, well, he was actually seen to be going the incorrect direction back onto the circuit, and got the penalty from race control, which meant that they ended up, I think it was second or third at the end of it all. But still, initial pace coming from rookie monsters with Chris Gonzalez in the 999 behind the wheel, and that is in the BMW, always known for its art cars, especially at Le Mans. Well, we've got a bit of an art Corvette happening here with quite a few multicoloured bits and pieces on there, but very bright banana yellow wing mirrors, rear lower spoiler below the rear wing, and then also flames shooting from the exhaust. So Chris Gonzalez has set the pace with an 8-minute 5.871, but One Move Esports competing also in the EWC, running out the top 2, about 4.3 seconds off. But now qualifying's the real testing point on that, so it looks like Chris Gonzalez has definitely got himself up to speed and is trying to push the Rookie Monsters Callaway Corvette C7R around this fearsome circuit.
Yeah, so that was just before we got into qualifying here. We had a few lap times coming in. Obviously, people just like to get themselves warmed up for the actual qualifying session. The practice server is kind of open all the time for these guys to just go in and have a bit of a go, and that's what Chris Gonzalez was doing there with an 8-minute 4. In last night's practice session, 2 hours long, we saw Zoltan Varkingi go fastest. He's driver for the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing car, and they're using the old McLaren that they do in the EWC. So they're going to be very experienced with that car. He set an 8 minutes 1, so expect to see those times to tumble just a little bit as we go through this session, but don't expect 8-minute 1s to come straight out of the gates here, because it is going to take a little while for them to get up to speed, get the right lap in. And if you just think about how many corners there are around here, think about how many opportunities there are for you to actually go faster. If you just go 1/10 faster through every corner around this circuit, you'll be going 10 seconds a lap faster or something ridiculous like that. That's the scale that we're talking here this weekend. So yeah, watch out for Varkingi in this one. But I'm watching David Mocek at the moment, the Burst Esport driver, the number 94 team, trying to defend their title from the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2020. They won it by over a lap, despite some issues for one of their drivers in the final 2 hours. They had a hardware failure. I think it was something went wrong with the wheel for the driver that was driving at the time. They lost about a lap and a half in that particular altercation, but such was their lead, they were able to hold on at the end, and they're looking to defend their title here in 2021.
Yeah, I'm currently on board with, I think that is Zoltan Varkonyi, who's now making his way onto the circuit, the main part of it. I think he's making his way towards Schwindenkreuz and Fuchsrohr, one of Sabine Schmitz's actually favourite corners around this circuit. For many years, she piloted the BMW ring taxi and managed to scare people into some new underwear, quite literally sideways at probably the best part of over 150 kilometres an hour. But just judging by how quickly Zarkoni is coming through the faster parts of the circuit, the back end of the McLaren 650S drifts over to the left. You can see how Varkonyi is pushing in the number 2 McLaren. Very committed, kicks up a little bit of dust as he now heads towards Flugplatz, and the car nearly levitates off the tarmac, but fully committed. This looks to be a pretty straightforward lap at the moment, but with over 20 kilometres of this fearsome circuit, you know, these cars will really be picking up speed and bouncing off the rev limiter in top gear, going down the Dottinger Höhe, where they're going to be approaching speeds of the best part of nearly 290 kilometres an hour, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really high-speed circuit and very, very scary at most parts as well. I compared it last night to a rally stage, and I think it's not too far from that, really. The kind of length of the circuit, for one, which does make it like watching a rally stage, and also some of the corners around here, some of the undulations especially, where the cars will get air at places like Flansgarten, where you dip down very sharply indeed before that right-hander going over the hill at Flugplatz, as you just mentioned there. You know, there's some very fearsome corners where all four wheels are not quite on the ground, and the bumps around here as well make it very special indeed. Special suspension setups certainly are needed for this circuit. You can't run it as stiff as you might normally, because otherwise it is going to be quite damaging for your car, especially over a space of 24 hours. So a very special circuit in many different ways, and one that has to be tamed by these guys over the next couple of hours here in qualifying, but still a little while to go until we get the first lap times in. I believe Mocek and Varkingi are going to be the first ones to come across the line. However, they're only about halfway around the lap right now. Yeah, still all to play for, as Varkingi is slightly slower than Mrocek in the number 94 Burst Esports car by about the best part of just over 1/10.5 of a second. But you can make that time up, as you were saying, Ewan. You take fractions of seconds, not even tenths, but maybe hundreds, maybe even thousands. That can make the difference between pole position and also being maybe even on row 4. I know for a fact that we've got 17 cars showing on the server at the moment here, but these drivers are going to really be pushing like crazy. Roland Zux in the number 16 has just gone within 1/100th of Zoltan Varkonyi on the first sector, and that's how close it can be around this track. But Varkonyi trying to do his level best, and Mrocek, has got the fastest sector in this first part of the first half of qualifying, just over 1 hour and 3/4. It's a pretty long lap where times are going to be anywhere between an 8-minute 5.8 that we saw in the practice area a bit earlier on, as Varkonyi goes through into the carousel. And that's the corner that you've really got to get right, because if you aggressively attack it, well, firstly, you're going to come a cropper like the BMW found out, as the 777 I've just seen. That is the Unison racing car, and that has gone off the track. The front end of the Audi has hit the barriers and it's spun the car around, and the rear wings also come off in the process. So that's not what they want, so that will probably more than likely be a return to garage to restarting qualifying. But still, the times are coming in,
And it is Mrocek from Burst Esports that is still quickest of anybody at the moment. I've just seen Ludovic Verhood from One Move Esports in the 31 Audi. They normally run with a Ferrari 488. I think it's GT3, I think, if memory serves me correctly, in the EWC. So they switched to Ingolstadt's finest. Audi have won 5 times around this circuit as well. So I've just seen the 777 Unison racing car without a rear wing. That hampers cars around here, especially with the aerodynamic properties that you need around such a fearsome circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, not going to be wanting to touch the barriers at any point, really, for around the lap right now. So, yeah, going to have to stack them up and go again for them, really. But the 717 Unison racing cars, the one I really want to see how they get on in qualifying here. At the moment, I can't see any of their drivers actually on the... Oh, yes, I can. Sorry. Roman Jakubovic is out there just starting a lap right now, I believe. And so, very interesting to see how he gets on. But there's some fantastic drivers in that 717 car. Not that the 777 is a bad lineup by any means, but you know, Jakubovic is a fantastic driver. Got Max Budovic, Nikolai Bezrikov as well. They're both EWC drivers in the Unison Racing GT3 squad. So yeah, we know how good they are. We've seen them in the past at GTR24H. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how those guys get on and seeing how they match up to the rest of them. But the first few cars are coming into the Tiergarten for the very first time on a flying lap right now. It's going to be David Mocek followed by Zoltan Varkingi, I believe, with Roland Zooks, Callum Wilson not too far behind them right now. So let's see as Mocek comes into the... Oh, it's a bit wiggly, a little bit on the curb. Not the most controlled he's ever done, that final section of corners, but he's going to come across the line now and set the early mark here in qualifying.
Yeah, Zoltan Varkonyi also making his way through the final part of the circuit. The McLaren 650S will cross the line. Mrocek an 8-minute 2.070. Varkonyi an 8-minute 2.580. That is just over half a second quicker that Burst Esports have just put in. And now Chris Gonzalez has made his way through Sector 1. That was a 255.861. Roland Zooks goes P3, 8-minute 4.573. Callum Wilson, 8-minute 19.1 for the 404 Glam Racing crew, normally running with the Aston Martin in GT3. They're also sticking with that for this event. ProSim have just gone P4, 8-minute 6.706. Well, no, that was actually my apologies. The 31 One Move Esports of Ludovic Verhout with ProSim just behind, who've just been jumped by DIS SR Lab. I wonder if Andy Kirsten's behind the wheel of that car. 8 minutes 6.839. And that particular car, they normally, well, they do run with a McLaren in GT3, but run with a GTE Porsche in the EEWC. So a good run from them. So at the moment, top 5 covered by just over 4.7 seconds. So Callum Wilson's got some work to do in this first half of qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see the greatest pace from Glam Racing, I have to say, in the practice session that went on last night, I'm afraid to say. So maybe this won't be the best time for them in qualifying. But to be fair, in the races, they are very, very good. We've seen them in the EWC so far. There's been 3 12-hour races. They've scored 4th in all 3 of those races. So that's mainly due to being consistent. You know, those around them have kind of fallen away and come back through and been less consistent. But Glam Racing are a very consistent team, and I think that's really going to play into their strengths really in this race here today. Keeping out the walls, or tomorrow, keeping it out the walls, and you know, just keeping it consistent is going to be very, very important throughout this race, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's going to be a good race for them. I think not so good of a qualifying for Callum Wilson, I fear, but I could very well be proven wrong. A couple of guys out there at the moment who I'm really looking at: James Zuber, Roman Jakubovic, both in the middle part of the lap right now, and one team I'm really looking forward to watching, Team Shiba by Musto. Not a team that I particularly had circled at the start of the weekend, but given their pace last night, you know, Giuseppe Pastore is certainly going to be right up there with the David Moceks and Zoltan Varkingis of this world, because he was right up there contending with Varkingi for the best lap time in the practice session last night. So looking forward to see how those 3 currently at the bottom of our standings are going to go, but I suspect they may well be 1, 2, 3 in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, Chris Gonzalez for Rookie Monsters goes P3, 8-minute 4.534, and the 777, it was actually Artem Shulayev in the 777. Yeah, that car's bouncing a little bit because obviously no aerodynamic downforce because there is no rear wing to speak of on that Audi, but still credit to Artem to, and commentator's curse, unfortunately. He's just gone into the barriers going into going through in towards the Mercedes arena, coming off of the Duttinger Höhe. So yeah, I think that's going to be interesting to see how Artem and the team come back after what was a very difficult. I mean, it happened in the first sector, and it just constantly, it gave that accordion effect with expanding the times, not contracting them, I might add. Nello Pastorino in the number 65, though, looking pretty good in the first sector as Artem Shulayev now comes into the pit lane. And at the moment, Pastorino now making the way down the Dottinger Höhe and then heading into Tiergarten. Which effectively translates to Pet Garden, being a German speaker myself. But Pastorino now heading through into the final part of the circuit. Corvette looks pretty well planted. Again, you're spot on with what you said about the suspension here, Ewan. You've got to run it a little bit more softer, a little bit more compliant, especially going through the Dottinger Höhe and going through into Tiergarten. Now Pastorino crosses the line in the number 65, goes P3. That's a good lap there, and that was an 8-minute 3.984, just over 1.9 seconds off of David Mrocek in the Burst Esports 94 that leads the way at the minute. So quite interesting to see that the top 8 rounded out by ProSim, the 007, completed by just over 5.9 seconds. Still 3.5, just over the best part of 3.5 hours of qualifying, because obviously their grid position will be dependent on the cumulative times they set, pretty much the same as what we have in the EEWC qualifying format. The next event of which will be the Nürburgring 12 hours, and it will be the Grand Prix circuit as opposed to the Nordschleife for this one-off event. But still, really good to see that a lot of drivers have decided to put themselves to the ultimate test. Le Mans, very well known within 24-hour racing, Spa-Francorchamps, and of course the Green Hell, so dubbed by 3-time Formula One world champion Sir Jackie Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very accurate description as well of what we have on offer this weekend. But very impressed by that time by Nello Pastorino. I have to say, not a driver I know all that much about, really. But the Satellite Racing Team, I do know, is a very, very strong outfit indeed. And they're actually my pick for the race to take it. To be fair, I didn't specify which one because they have got two, 64 and 65, and well, to be fair, I thought that the 64 might be a little bit stronger, but we'll wait and see by the end of the 24 hours, and then maybe I'll decide over which one I'd want to pick. But no, they're a very strong team, and Pastorino clearly a very fast driver as well, 1.9 seconds off of the pace at the moment. But their other car, James Zubra, is not too far away from the end of the lap right now, just around the kind of Flansgarten area, but I'm keeping up with Roman Yakubovic in the Unison Racing 717 because we know how fast the Russian is. Certainly he's coming into Tiergarten right now, and we'll see where this puts him in relation to the time set by Mrocek, Valkyrie, maybe Pastorino. I think he's going to slot himself into third with this lap time, but he may surprise us with a little bit of a better lap time. He may go a little bit slower than that. We'll wait and see, of course, as he comes out with the final corners right now. Goes on to the front straight for the first time of asking for this car, and what's the lap time going to be as he crosses the line now, and we just wait for it to come up. I'm hoping that one lap does come up, and unfortunately it doesn't, so it looks like that might have been a cut track or whatever kind of issue there has been on that one, because I'm pretty sure it was a full lap, so I'm presuming there has been a cut track maybe on that particular lap for Yakubovic.
Yeah, just keeping my eyes on the number 126 BMW entry. That is Dysfunctional Racing Team. Great Britain's Carl Lewis behind the wheel. He had a chat with our very own Yusuf bin Suhail in one of the more regular interviews that we've seen on the GTR24H YouTube channel. And if you haven't, you can actually click on to our channel logo here on YouTube and also have a look at it. Carl is in his mid-30s, based out of the UK, and the biggest thing that Dysfunctional Racing Team have decided to look at in terms of the strategy, and I actually think this is quite a good one, even though it's a one-off event, Ewan. What they want to do is they want to finish the race, and that's one of the biggest things. The Nürburgring 24 hours at the Nordschleife can be a race of attrition. Okay, we've got 18 SP9 cars, which is effectively GT3s. I've just seen Carl Lewis go literally 4 wheels off the ground, and I think that was coming through, of all places, Flugplatz. If anyone might remember when Jan Mardenborough had his massive off at that particular point in the circuit, went into the catch fencing, and then there was one very second-hand Nissan Nismo GTR GT3 by the side, so which was why Flugplatz had to be reprofiled. A big credit goes to Peter Munkholm for actually correcting me on that on Monday's podcast, so a very big thank you to him. But at the moment, still, we're just waiting for these drivers to bring in some more time. So I'm going to have a quick look at what Mrocek's doing, but James Juba in the 64. Now, James, we know from obviously the now defunct Drillers Esports team. He's now with the 64 VRS Satellite Racing, and he's just put in an 8-minute 2.422. So the gap between Mrocek, Juba and Varkonyi now is just 0.51 of a second after the first attempts. And I'm just going to keep an eye on Mrocek because we could be looking a little bit quicker.
Yeah, quite possibly. We might see our first 8-minute one of the session. I'm expecting us to get there at some point, but very impressive from James Zuber, that lap time there. He's come over, as you rightly say, from Drillers Esports. He's also come over with Henry Sinnick, who is driving in this race, alongside James Zuber, and also they have another couple of regular satellite racing drivers in the form of Yemi Nisula, the Finnish driver, and Liam Rance, who's been at that team for as long as I can remember, certainly. So a very, very strong team in the 64. They're currently just under half a second behind David Mrocek, who sets the pace in that Audi. James Zuber second in the Corvette, and then we've got Varkingi third in the McLaren. We've got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 already. Very, very well balanced at the moment, and I think that when the Deuces Motorsport Club car kind of comes up and sets a representative lap time of Roy de Munich in that BMW, I think we could well be seeing 4 different manufacturers right up towards the pointy end before the end of this qualifying session. So we'll see how the times develop as over the line goes Varkingi. He's about to start another flying lap right now.
Yeah, okay, Mrocek making his way through the circuits, and the good thing is that loving some of these liveries now, Mrocek is about to come across the line, and looks like he's getting up to speed. I think that was an outlap on that particular occasion, so Mrocek was or maybe has possibly invalidated that one as well, and that's very easy to do here at the Nordschleife for you, and you've got to be on your very best behaviour, because as soon as you have an off-track excursion, which that was very close there from Mrocek. I just saw he was heading towards the first part of it through Hatzenbach and Hochheiken at that time before Flugplatz, but you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. And as you said, Burst Esports looking to defend their title from winning this event this time last year. And I still remember the 3-hour link that Nick Newcomb sent me, and he said, "Watch this." And I think that was you and Ossian alongside each other, and it was just literally a door-to-door battle for 3 hours, and they didn't give in. They were like literally banging each other's doors down, figuratively, not literally speaking, because otherwise someone would have been turfed off into the barriers. But it just goes to show that even in the middle of the night, you can really have a good battle with other competitors, and that's what we're looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, that's. I couldn't quite remember that it was 3 hours long. I'm quite taken back by that. But no, I certainly remember it was a really fantastic battle, and we loved every moment of it here. But I believe, by the way, that we can get a quick view as to everything down at the 45 DAS SR Lab team. They're a team that will congregate at the same location to do the race, and so yeah, we can get a view from time to time at their pit wall. And they're not particularly concentrated at the moment, as you can see, but they will be throughout the race, I'm sure, and I'm sure what he's looking at is very important. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. He's out there at the moment on the pit wall, and yeah, it's one of those teams, as I mentioned. It's like ProSim and a number of other teams we see in the EWC, various other places as well. That congregate in the same location, as I say, and that brings its own challenges, as we mentioned, about where you put the seat and whether you have a cushion in there or whatever it is to make yourself feel comfortable. But yeah, it's one of those teams that have their sim rig all in the same place, and we can get a view on their pit wall throughout the qualifying and throughout the race. We will get a view on that as well.
Yes, very much the case. So for those watching on YouTube, you can actually go to the Fan Zone conference call. There is a video call link that you can actually join in with. So please feel free to show your support to who you're supporting. There is plenty. It's good to see that we've got quite a few people like Salvatore Pastori, Nick, the newcomer, as Yusuf Bin Sahar likes to call Nick Newcomb, is saying, just go and get burst. Which basically means just go after him as, now someone's had a massive moment, and that was Balazkis in the 123 McLaren. Oh, that's a hefty hit, a proper hefty hit, and that car has had just both front and rear ends impacted rather significantly. Ouch.
Yeah, not a nice place to be having an accident, as if there is a nice place really, but no, it's a bit of a spin around, and that's a very fast part of the circuit, isn't it, as well, just on the exit of the Flugplatz, and really, well, if not the fastest, then one of the fastest places on the circuit, certainly, and not really where you want to be having an accident, so that is unfortunate, but sometimes the way things go around here, with the way it is on this circuit, how close the walls are makes things very difficult indeed, as I'm seeing Roman Yakubovic come over the line right now, and he goes into 7th place, just 2.6 seconds behind David Mocek, who's still leading this session. It is remarkably close at the moment. We saw this in practice, how close it was, but over a 25-kilometre circuit, we're seeing 7 teams separated by 2.6 seconds. I mean, over a normal circuit, that would be about, the gap would be about 4 times smaller, should we say, and I can't quite do the maths on that at the moment, but it would be less than a second between the top 7 cars, and you just don't often see that in kind of 24-hour endurance racing, but to have it over a length of circuit like this is truly remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like, say, Spa-Francorchamps, which is basically just under 3 times less distance. So basically 7.004 versus what, 20.8 kilometers, and I've been keeping an eye on Nordschleife. He's absolutely hanging the tail out sideways on that Audi. He looks to be in really, really good control of the car at the minute. There is a yellow out, I believe, that's just briefly been retracted from the circuit, and that would have probably been from the 123 car, having that incident a bit earlier on. That's the Simco McLaren, the 720Ss again. Oh my goodness me, I'm just watching Mocek on his onboard at the minute. He's absolutely flying. He's not taking any prisoners, and that's let alone the apexes and the curves here at the Nordschleife. Burst Esports trying to do their level best, and we've still got, the best part of well over an hour and 25 minutes of this session. He's going properly full Monty in terms of just giving it the beans and going for it, and again, like that Audi is cornering on rails. Naturally aspirated 5.2 litre V10 engine that pushes out the best part of 550 brake horsepower. Hasn't got the biggest amount of torque out of the vehicles we have on this grid, like say the McLaren 720s, which have 700 and plus newton meters of torque from that 4 litre twin turbo V8. But you know what, David Mocek's driving it like he stole it.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned that, actually, Varkingi went off as well. I'm watching Zoltan Varkingi at the moment, and he was taking a little trip through the grass as well at one of the very few places you can actually get away with it around here. So all of these guys really on push laps right now. So we'll see what the times are from the likes of Varkingi and Mrocek as well. I don't know if Zuba's on a lap at the moment, but he is at the same part of the racetrack, and Roland Zux is also out there. I believe he is on a lap. It can be hard to tell if they're actually on a lap or not, and we kind of have to wait sometimes to see when they come over the line whether they actually are or not. Yeah, it's really time to go for some of these guys. And the crazy part is that we're over half an hour into this session right now, but they're only really...
Yeah, Mrocek has just gone purple in Sector 1. That's nearly just under 3 minutes for Sector 2. So he's looking on course. Could we see the first 8-minute 1 second lap time? Well, he's just coming through just out of Tiergarten, and he's pushing like crazy. He's even mounting the curbs. The car's nearly doing a kit from Knight Rider style, sort of two-wheel ski mode up in the air. And now Mrocek punches the throttle hard to go towards the line, keeps it to the left-hand side as quickly as possible. And the time, 8 minutes, 0.068. He absolutely obliterated the previous time by over 1.4 seconds. David Mrocek, take a bow. That was epic. I even saw him going two wheels on the grass, Ewan, coming out of certain corners, heading towards, like, say, Brunchen or Flansgarten. He was pushing like crazy, two wheels on the grass, and he kept the throttle pinned. That just shows that shows man and machine as one, well and truly.
Yeah, that was very, very special from David Mrocek there, and a very, very good lap time indeed to see for him. Yeah, very, very impressive. It remains to be seen whether anybody can get near that. Roland Zux on that last lap time did an 8-minute 2.5. That was a good couple of seconds better than what he'd done before, and he's up to third place in the 16 Mugen Sim Racing car, just ahead of the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing car, which is on an outlap at the moment with Zoltan Varkingi. He came into the pit lane at the end of that lap, and I'm hearing, by the way, that there are some yellow flags out there for
all cars. Please be aware,
somebody.
Slow moving vehicle.
Okay, just seeing the
car 1, 2, 3
in the
at Lukov.
Yeah,
car 1, 2, 3. Please apply your
Corvette has lost
pit
its
limiter.
rear wing. And is now trying to rejoin the track. That's definitely one of the sweeping left-handers. So that car's had a massive moment. It's taken off the rear wing, so there will be rear-end damage. And so Lukas Lichten will have to crawl that car back the remainder of the circuit.
Yeah, so in the qualifying session for GTR events, you have to actually drive to the pit lane again if you want to get back to the pit lane. You can't just escape on the circuit, which is why you don't see people otherwise doing that, and why it takes so long to get back to the pit lane on occasion, just to make it a little bit more realistic, I guess. Yeah, it just makes the whole thing a little bit better to look at, really. Yeah, it's certainly a difficult situation. The slow-moving cars out there. Hopefully, they all get out of the way in due course, and I'm sure they will. The likes of Kishu was going slowly. We heard the 1, 2, 3 car going slowly, and also the Abruzzi car, the number 15, also having an off. So a difficult start to the session for some of these guys, but a very good one for others, like David Mrocek, for example, who's still leading at the moment, and he's in the pit lane, probably going to be resting for a couple of minutes before he goes back out there again.
Yeah, same for Roland Zux in the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing car. But James Juba now with VRS. I'm just going to have a quick see where he is at the moment. Well, he's currently out on track. And yeah, really good to see James Juba back with us. Obviously a very
damaged
departure
vehicle at
Esports.
Cell.
It seems like there is an issue. I think I've just heard from Newcomb in race control, who's just said about the carousel being an area that has had a bit of a drama.
Yes. It's Balash Kish who's out there at the moment in the 1, 2, 3 car. We saw the 15 going off on our screens, but yeah, the 1, 2, 3 also going quite slowly out there at the moment, I'm afraid. So that's a shame for those guys, but as we mentioned, they've got to drive back to the pit lane. Otherwise, well, I don't know what would happen if they didn't do that and they just escaped. But it wouldn't be good. Yeah. it would be okay, there you go, they'd be disqualified for doing that, or disqualified from this qualifying session, I should add, not from the whole weekend, but still you don't want to be doing that ideally, and so that's why they're driving back to the pit lane, just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is that effectively that would be like leaving your car stranded and walking back to the pits and not giving a hoot about it. Yeah, we have to make it as realistic as possible, and this is going to be another bone of contention during the race, because if the same thing happens, they've got to do exactly the same thing, and then they're going to have to repair the damage. Obviously, right, well, it looks like we've got a live feed, I think, coming up very, very soon. And there we have one of the drivers actually behind the wheel. And I think that was Patrick. I'm trying to remember now. There's so much information to take in. It's been a while since I was last on an EWC event. It's Patrick Lucas, I think it is. So behind the wheel. So you can just see the amount of concentration on the face there, Ewan, and the steering inputs. That not a word is being uttered into his headset right now.
No, it's full concentration, certainly, it's a driver at work at the moment, and you can really see the amount of effort that goes into it. It's kind of, you make it. We say all these things in qualifying, and we kind of brush them aside almost as just these drivers are really good at it and they'll be able to manage it. But think about doing this for a whole stint length as to what these guys are going to be doing throughout the race. 1, 2 hours, 3 hours maybe they'll be doing around here. I'm not entirely sure how long they're going to go for. However, it's just great to see the kind of effort that goes into driving one of these cars for these guys, and it just kind of shows that they are human at the end of the day, which is not always immediately apparent to us.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. As at the moment, I'm just looking at James Juba, flames spitting from the side exhaust on that Callaway Corvette C7R, as he looks to be pushing. And the good thing is that we know... Oh, and the 1, 2, 3 is just up ahead of him as well. So Balazs Kish in the Simco car has had another off-track excursion. They seem to be more in the barriers than they are actually, unfortunately, setting a lap time. And we've only got just an hour and a quarter of this first session as Juba's hustling that Corvette. And in many respects, okay, he's 1.7 seconds off of David Moracek. But that Audi looks to be rather settled, and Burst Esports will use the knowledge from last season, because there will have been software patches on R-Factor 2 from that time to now. But in many respects, Ewan, that just goes to show how settled Burst Esports are, and we're only in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different story doing it for 24 hours in the race, granted, but they've got an amazing team here once again. I mean, it's hard to match them in terms of team quality around here, I think, anyway, with the likes of David Mocek. They've got Jörny Simoncic, who's a 2-time FSR World Champion, as we know. Casper Henningsen, who was here last year, and I believe, well, Simoncic was here as well, actually. So Simoncic and Henningsen were both definitely here last year for that one. Mocek might have been, although I don't remember. Their other driver definitely was Jesper Pedersen, who was absolutely fantastic throughout that race. Really, kind of the race that really brought him into my mind as one of the real top GT drivers on R-Factor 2, and indeed in sim racing, and he's gone on to great things since then as well. So, he's a very fast driver, and this is the race where he kind of came into my mind as one of the very best, and maybe somebody else will kind of do that as well this year, because it is one of those races where people do tend to kind of rise up as a great driver, and then all of a sudden they're a great driver everywhere, and it just takes that one race to get that little bit of confidence going, and all of a sudden you're seeing them everywhere. That could be this race for a driver on the grid here this weekend. We'll wait and see, obviously, but I'm watching Zoltan Varkingi once again come through the Tiergarten and just out of it right now. I don't know if this is an out lap or a real lap right now, but he comes over the line anyway, and we'll see if the time improves. No, it doesn't, so it looks like this is going to be a proper lap time now from Varkingi. See if he can get any closer to Mocek.
Yeah, I've just seen a couple of incidents involving Giuseppe Pastore in the 313 Team Shiba by Musto. and that was actually literally coming towards the start-finish line. So the McLaren pulled into the pits. I mean, Janis Simicic currently running in the R Factor 2 GT Challenge, powered by Traction GG. If memory serves me correctly, he was actually in the Pro Series in 2020, finished 5th, and took 2 podiums out of the 10 races. He's also been running in the GPVWC Super League for Scuderia Basilia in 2020. Was 3rd overall in the season, 2 wins, 6 podiums, 4 pole positions. So we know that Janis Simicic is a very, very rapid driver indeed. But yeah, I think at the moment we've got 13 cars. But what we're going to do now is we're actually going to head to our first of multiple commercial breaks here on GTR24H as we continue live coverage of the qualifying for our one-off event, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where we will be racing in the memory of Sabine Schmitz. Back in a moment, folks.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage here on GTR24H of the official qualifying session, the first half of which is currently taking place here in the Eifel regions. And it is Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you once again. We'll be here for the duration. Obviously, you might have seen an interesting little teaser from Copenhagen Games. Some exciting developments in the not too distant future. As soon as we can reveal more, we will do so. Obviously, Elite Gaming still very much a backer of us here at GTR24H. Some interesting new peripherals coming from them. Not just about gaming chairs, but maybe a few more other things as well. Ewan, we've been having a look at things going on during the break. The drivers, I mean, the funny thing is that for those that want to speak German in the official GTR24H YouTube chat, you've got another thing coming, because you actually have someone who does actually speak the language. So whoever wants to tell Giuseppe Pastore that he's a bit slow for driving one lap, I think you've got another thing coming. But good to see that the herzlich willkommen zum unser deutsche Zuschauer heute Nacht. Thought I'd get that one out of the way. Considering if anyone wants to know why I speak German, the surname's going to say it all, Goldschmidt. That's all I need to say about that one.
I've never made that connection before. I probably should have done, but I didn't. So,
at least you know now. Don't worry.
Well, yeah.
You're completely forgiven on that one. Completely forgiven about that one. But I've just seen ProSim in the Bentley. Actually, I think the only Bentley on this grid here as well. Now, obviously, one of the other things that we need to talk about ahead of this race is obviously it's not just about tyre conservation, but it's also about fuel. And the Bentley, if memory serves me correctly, has the highest capacity fuel tank out of all these vehicles. So ProSim might have a bit of a trump card in their arsenal for this weekend's race.
Quite possibly, but we were talking about this a little bit in practice the other day or yesterday, and saying that the lap is so long around here that you can't actually save a lap of fuel at all at any point. So, the advantage, we were talking about this in relation to the DASSR lab card, the 45, how they normally play a strategy game and how maybe they won't be able to do the same strategy games that they usually do because, they can't save a lap of fuel here and, do something different there. It's very much trickier around here to actually save a lap of fuel, and it's pretty much impossible as well. So I don't know if that's going to be quite as big of an advantage for the Bentley around this on this occasion as it would normally be. But you never know. You will still get a shorter fuel stop if you've got a bigger capacity tank, maybe a little bit more efficient on the fuel. Then maybe you'll be able to have a shorter filled stop in this one. But you're not going to really be able to save a lap of fuel around here. So I don't think that's going to be quite as big of an advantage as it would be out of the circuits, but certainly useful for ProSim to have that in the back pocket as we get down towards the end of the race.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the 717 Unison Racing Audi R8 LMS that has got Roman Jakubovic behind the wheel, and has just set a personal best in Sector 1. As the Audi hurtling its way, just come through the timing beam for Sector 2, and on to the Dottinger Höhe goes the Audi. And another personal best set by Jakubovic in the 717. That's normally the number used by Unison Racing in the EEWC as they run an Aston Martin Vantage in the GT3 class. They're battling away with Mugen Sim Racing in the GT3 overall honours this season. But through Tiergarten comes Jakubovic and is looking to make that Audi as quick as possible. Best lap by the 717 so far is an 8-minute 4.671. And now we'll hurtle towards the finish line as we are just over 6.5 minutes away from the halfway point of the session. And Jakubovic goes P2, 8.027. That was a great lap from the Audi, and just betters Varkonyi by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. So that is an Audi. That's an Ingolstadt 1-2 in this first part of qualifying. And we still just have over 6 minutes until the halfway point of this session. And then we'll have another couple of hours of quali.
let's not forget, on the very first lap time of this session here, David Mocek set an 8-minute 2.0, so that's not bad pace at all. I think Jakubovic is going to have a little bit more in the back pocket, as well as another one of the Unison Racing cars, the 777, just getting in front of David Mocek there, arguably getting in the way. I'm not entirely sure if Mocek was on a push lap there or not. I'm pretty sure he was, and I think, I fear that the Unison Racing 777 may have gotten in the way slightly there. I don't think it was intentional by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just one of those things that kind of happens. You know, cars can sneak up on you very easily around here. They can get onto the back of you quite quickly, and before you know it, you're actually blocking someone without actually realising, and given the narrowness of this circuit, it's quite difficult to actually let someone through, so I'm afraid Unison Racing may have just blocked Birds T-Sport on that one there. I'll have to get confirmation on that, because I don't want to accuse them if they haven't done anything wrong, of course, but that's what it looked like to me at the time, certainly.
Yeah, they've just come through the carousel, the main carousel here. So they'll be going through places like Hohe Acht and Wippermann and then Brünchen. The corner that Augusto Farfus has, well, back in 2010 when he was speaking to Jörg Müller on the stereo screen documentary, which was One Team, One Target. Yeah, it was a case of seeing what might happen, but just looking at it from this perspective, that David Mocek has actually got past using the slipstream of all places down the Döttinger Höhe. That will give you probably between an extra 5 to 10 kph at the very most. Now this could possibly help Mocek to gain back a bit of time, but probably not enough to try and get his lap time towards the 8-minute barrier, because if that happens here, and no, he's going to pull it into the pits. So the 777 will now come across the line and hopefully put in their first lap, which that was probably an outlap on that particular occasion, so no lap time registered. So whoever is behind the wheel of that car, and at the moment I'm just trying to, I mean, earlier on it was, yeah, it's still Artem Shulayev who had the rear wing literally whacked off the back end of that Audi a bit earlier on in the first half an hour of this session. So we'll wait to see, but no one apart from Roman Jakubovic in the other Audi from Unison Racing, the 717. Looks like there seems to be a possible yellow flag situation in round one. Sector one, as I'm just getting a little ping on TeamSpeak, and he's just made a joke at the expense of Yusuf bin Suhail, who will be joining us back again tomorrow for the race start. He says Yusuf speaks Italian, so we're well covered.
Yes, well, I can't speak anything, unfortunately, so I'm a bit useless in this one. But there we are. I can speak English, arguably, but some would say otherwise. But anyway, no. We are hearing, by the way, just to get things a little bit back towards the qualifying session at hand at the moment. We are hearing, and we're going to be able to get a view on the weather right now, that there are a couple of showers actually moving in right now. Whether they're going to hit the circuit with the full effect that we are kind of expecting remains to be seen, really. And to what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it's going to be too much of a threat, in my opinion, but I'm by no means a meteorologist. I'm just looking at the weather forecast, so I think we might be all right for tonight at the very least. However, it's something you've got to really watch around the Nürburgring, because it can really creep up on you in the Eifel Mountains. It's whatever it is. I'm not quite entirely sure what it is, but you know, the kind of microclimate around here means that showers roll in very, very quickly indeed. And also you can kind of have 4 seasons in one day around here, can't you? You can have snow, rain and sunshine all in the same hour. So we've just got to keep our eye on the sky and wait to see what happens with that one. Yeah, we'll park that to the back of our minds for the moment, because I don't think we are going to see rain, at least for the next few moments. You never know, though, over the next hour in Q1. Still 4 teams, though, who haven't set a lap time in this one. The 777 Unison Racing, the 123 Simco Audi, sorry, not an Audi, that's a McLaren. The RLR Abruzzi Esports number 15 hasn't set a lap time and nor has the Team Shiba by Musto car. And I'm very excited to see the final of those cars. Team Shiba by Musto, where are they going to end up? Because they came second and third in practice with a couple of their drivers setting the pace about 24 hours ago. They were very, very impressive indeed. So I wonder if they're going to be as impressive here tonight. There's no reason to suggest that they won't be.
Yeah, looks to be that Juice's Motorsport Club is on the move. Roy de Munck in the 74 BMW now up into P7 and has just put in an 8-minute 4.420. Just riding on board with Lucas Lichten, who looks to have a car just up ahead. That is going to be the Prosim Bentley, which quickly exits stage right and keeps out of the way, as Lichten absolutely pushing like crazy at this particular moment in time, going through some of the more technical parts of the circuit, going through the sweeping left-hander. I've never been around the track here at the Nordschleife, so my corner names, of course the pronunciation is going to be a problem, but it's more a case of knowing where they are on the circuit. That's the true art of how to commentate around here at the Nordschleife. And to be honest, when I'm on duty from, I think it's 3 o'clock Central European summertime here on GTR24H until the end of the race, it's going to be a learning experience that I quite won't forget for a very, very long time. But Lichten is pushing quite considerably. And I think he's just gone through Flansgarten and even put the left rear wheel on the grass. So that car is being pushed to within the limits of adhesion. Yeah, looks like I'm just going to ride on board with Lucas Lichten and just see how hard he's actually pushing at the moment, and has just gone through the carousel. So we're just going to keep on board as we've now gone to just over the halfway point of this first of 2 qualifying sessions. The grid will be determined. So effectively, what can happen is the drivers now will be pushing as Lichten making his way down through the Dottinger Höhe, heading towards Tiergarten. And effectively, this is where they start with the ring taxi, and then there's a place called Devil's Diner just off of here as well. It's not too far actually from where the tourist Fahrten actually happened. And as we discussed in the podcast this past Monday, there are literally thousands upon thousands of compilations of people getting it quite literally wrong. And one of the more worrying things is that there's quite a few Brits that like to go over there and end up unfortunately rearranging the front and rear ends of their cars. But Lucas Lichten comes towards the finish line here in the number 15 Corvette, goes P14, 8-minute 15.666, and finally gets a lap on board. So that means Balazs now coming through in the McLaren, looks to be a bit more intact this time, I must say, and will now start making its way through the very, there's a lot of undulation, there's a lot of inclines, a lot of descents. It's a bit like, forget Alton Towers, if you want the ultimate roller coaster ride here, Ewan, you come to the Nordschleife and push like crazy.
Yeah, it is better, to be fair. But yeah, it's a really fantastic circuit, and the undulations are really what make it for me. As I mentioned earlier, it's kind of the even 4 wheels off the ground around here, which just kind of add that element of fear around here. Even when you're driving in a sim, things can go wrong very quickly, and so that's what makes it great, really, as kind of strange as that sounds. So yeah, it's really fantastic to even watch these guys. I wouldn't really like to be driving one of these cars out there at the moment, as I'm just seeing James Zuber in the wall coming out of the very final corner before the Dottinger Höhe there at Galbenkopf. That is a really big shame for him. He was pushing on that lap, currently 4th place with an 8-minute 2.4, but he's not going to be improving on this lap time right here, because he's gone into the wall at Galbenkopf, and that's going to be the end of his lap time if he wants to get anything competitive out of this. It looks like he was going well, but I'm afraid just one mistake and it's all been undone.
Yeah, and he's limping that car down through the Dottinger Höhe right now, as Balazs Kiss now in the 123, still trying to do his level best. And we've had dramas again for Shulayev in the 777 Unison racing car. That's coming out. Is that coming out of the carousel? That is. Oh my goodness me. And that Audi, well, thank goodness this time, it's got the rear wing intact, but Artem Shoyev needs some virtual new Nomex right now after that altercation with the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very bumpy kind of section, isn't it, really, through there? And it's somewhat surprising when you see it on the TV, but when you drive through there, really, really quite bumpy. And so, yeah, quite unsettling for both you and the car. But unfortunately, a few people coming unstuck already with those curbs as we finally see a lap time from the Team Shiba by Musto car. Just noticed that coming in right now. It's at 7th place for them at 8 minute 4.2. So a little bit off the pace where they were last night, about 2 seconds slower for Giuseppe Pastore, but he's still got around 55 minutes to improve. They've finally got a lap time on the board though, and they've slotted themselves right in with the big names. They're just behind Satellite Racing, just in front of Juicy's Motorsport Club, and that's a real indication for them that they are going fairly well.
Yeah, just still riding on board with the Simco 123 car. Hustling its way around the circuit now, just coming through the miniature carousel, because there's two versions of it. There's the big one, and then there's the what I like to call the kiddie slide version of it. You know, there's the one where it's like, yep, if you're above this height, you can go on this ride, sort of thing. Talking about roller coasters again, what I'm doing. But now, coming through the second timing line, a personal best for Balaz Kish in the 123 Simco car. Now making its way down the Dottinger Höhe and heading towards Tiergarten. So, as looks like Ludovic Verhoeven is also making his way through, and the 31 MyMove Esports car currently down in 10th position. As I'm just going to keep an eye now, coming through Tiergarten now into the latter part of the circuit for the 123. Looks to be a pretty good lap at the moment. Personal best, because the fact is they haven't set a lap time, and this will make another car go through as they come out of the final part of the circuit across the start finish line, and goes P10. Great work there by the 123, and that's an 8 minute 5.694.
That's Balazs Kish, who's just jumped up in front of One Move Esports there, into 10th place. So finally managed to get that lap time in, which is certainly good news for those guys. But yeah, we've got just over 53 minutes to go in this qualifying session. So I think now that we should have a little cheeky commercial break for the next couple of moments. So we'll be back in a couple of moments time. You're watching the Nürburgring 24 hours qualifying from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and we'll be back in a couple of moments time.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
did October.
I wouldn't like to do it in October.
5,300 kilometres.
Oh.
So, welcome. Yep, so welcome back to qualifying for the GTR24H 24 Hours Nürburgring Nordschleife with Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary taking you through all the action. Just under 50 minutes to go in the session, and David Mrocek from Burst Esports still leads the way with an absolute howitzer of a lap time, an 8 minutes .688 from the 94 Audi, and Roman Jakubovic from Unison Racing making it an Audi 1-2 in the 717, with Zoltan Varkonyi in the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing, McLaren 650S rounding out the top 3. James Juba now with VRS Satellite Racing in the 64 Callaway Corvette rounds out the top 4, with Mugen Sim Racing the number 16, with Roland Zooks behind the wheel, who is just over a tenth off. But what's even more interesting, the closest gap we've got between cars and teams at the moment is the gap between Varkonyi from Mugen and Juba from VRS Satellite Racing. The cars covered by just 24 thousandths of a second. We were talking about this earlier, Ewan, about even though it's an 8 minute lap time, or just over 8 minute lap time around in these SP9 vehicles, effectively the equivalent of a GT3, we were rather amazed at how close the session really is turning out to be for the first half of qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's once again no reason to suggest that it's going to get any more stretched out really throughout the next part of qualifying. We're going to have to really do a lot of serious maths throughout Q2 really, because let's not forget, just to reiterate the rules in this qualifying session to you, it's an average of the 2 times that we will be taking. So you can have an amazing Q1, but if you don't back it up with Q2, then you're not going to be on pole for this race. So you're going to need to do well over both sessions. So they're both very, very important indeed with regards to this race. So very much looking forward to seeing how the rest of this session actually plays out right now, as Jakubovic comes back over the line and he does an 8 minute 1.0. He improves by a whole second, but he's still 4 tenths away from David Mrocek, who leads this session right now for Burst Esports. Roman Jakubovic is continually getting faster though, and once you're in that kind of rhythm, you've got that momentum behind you, there's almost nothing that can stop you, and that time just keeps tumbling down and down and down, and that's what the Russian will be hoping for in the latter part of this session. A great lap time there from Jakubovic though.
Yeah, air temperature is actually dropping another degree, so back down. We're now down to we have been in single digits for the majority of this qualifying session. Started at 10 degrees Celsius for the free practice before this session got underway just under an hour and a quarter ago. We're now down to 8 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature, but still 23 degrees track temperature as well. So looks like the naturally aspirated V10 Audi is really starting to breathe some very dense cold air, and that can also help the turbocharged engines on this field, including the likes of Varkonyi, Juba. I'm trying to remember whether Callaway Corvette is turbocharged or naturally aspirated. For the life of me, I can't remember. But this could help the turbocharged engines a little bit more, as I've just seen one of the BMWs just come through, as again Jakubovic actually set the fastest sector of anybody in sector 2, and it was just shy of 176.2 seconds. That's close to just under 3 minutes, so that would have been a 2 minute 56.7 in sector 2. Because obviously sector 3, you break the timing beam on around about kilometre 17 when you go through the Dottinger Höhe under the Audi Sport Bridge, or the walkway. But these drivers are still carrying on pushing. I'm seeing some notable improvements in terms of middle sector as well. I've just seen that Ludovic Verrouille has just been he's just had Ludovic Darqui, his friend from One Move Esports, get the proverbial cheerleader pom-poms out at the moment and try and cheer him on, as we still have a lot of we have a lot to see and a lot to happen, as now Varkonyi coming through the twisty stuff, one of the other McLarens, That looks to be Roland Zooks is now coming through to complete another lap. Number 16, McLaren 650S, has done a best of an 8-minute 2.529 and then quickly goes into the pit lane.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to, actually. I thought he was on a push lap there, but apparently not, or just wasn't impressed with the lap time, wasn't going to improve, so back into the pit lane straight away anyway for Roland Zooks. That's the 16 Mugen Sim Racing car, which is about 2 tenths behind its teammate, currently driven by Zoltan Varkingi, but I know that there is more time in that Mugen Sim Racing car because he did it last night, so he could certainly get another position, maybe get onto the front row with a time a little bit later on. I tell you a team who I'm a little bit surprised to see so far down at the moment, and they're just crossing the line right now if I can find them. Chris Gonzalez currently driving, and there he is, Chris Gonzalez driving the Team Rookie Monsters 999 car. This is a team that has kind of been blended together almost, with the Fair Racing team knowing right from the very start really that they weren't going to be doing the Nürburgring 24 hours here at GTR24H, for whatever reason, I don't know quite why, but that almost doesn't matter to us because we still get 3 of their drivers on the grid for this race. They've brought over Tony Janssen, Paul Holt and Chris Gonzalez all over from the Fair Racing team, and they're going to be driving as a one-off with the Team Rookie Monsters for this 24-hour race. It's great to have those two teams kind of blended together as an effort for Team Rookie Monsters, but I have to say I was expecting them to at least see them in the top 5. Their time isn't bad, to be fair to them, less than 4 seconds down, but they are in 10th place, and I was expecting to see them a little bit higher up at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they were running in around about sort of P2, I think, earlier on in the session. For those watching at home, you can now see the timing come up onto your screens, obviously showing that James Duber actually has the fastest first sector of anybody. And you can see the speeds on the right-hand side, which will give you possibly some sort of indication of where they are out on track at the moment. But yeah, Chris Gonzalez, I'm hoping for Team Rookie Monsters to maybe have an opportunity to really get that Corvette a little bit further up the order. Good to see that there's a bit of consistency from Carl Lewis from Dysfunctional Racing Team. They're down in 15th at the moment, but you know they want to fit. Okay, sorry. Right. Oh. That kind of Pastori's in the wall. Wow. I think the Italian term for that would definitely be Mamma Mia.
Yeah, it just got it wrong coming down the hill through the chicane, kind of bouncing off those curves as you were talking about earlier. Don't want to really be touching them, but unfortunately Pastore just clipped a couple of them, went spinning across, and here it is in all its glory, slow motion. Obviously the Team Sheba guys won't want to be seeing this, but it was a big spin certainly, and a hit into the wall as well for Pastore. That's the end of his lap time certainly. He'll be heading back to the pit lane at the end of that one. A big moment for them, but that's the kind of thing that can happen when you're pushing like these guys are right now.
Yeah, I think those wheels will definitely be well and truly flat spotted. I've never seen a 90 right taken that way in terms of the way that the front end was pointing towards the Armco barriers, as James Duber is absolutely putting the number 64 VRS car absolutely sideways, and he's not hanging about. The satellite racing car just pushing like it was being stolen. Once again, a bit very much not too dissimilar. Again, Juba is just pushing like crazy. I've never seen a Corvette so sideways, and that's going through the far part of the circuit, you know, one of the more technically challenging parts of the circuit. Especially, you can just see that, like, literally when the suspension goes up, you can just see a little bit of lift from the back end, and as soon as it squats down from the rebound on the damper settings with the comfort compliance that you need here at the Nordschleife, you know, literally as soon as it perched down, it caught traction on the rear wheels, spilled them up, and just literally launched Duber through the corner. Just absolutely epic stuff. The car control we know from James Duber in an LMP2 car is pretty impressive, but coming through in a Corvette, wow, that guy is absolutely lit up and ready to go.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and we saw that last lap actually when he actually went off at Garbankov, if you remember, went into the wall and almost couldn't get out because he was just pushing really, really hard indeed. And so, yeah, we're seeing that more of the same once again as he comes into the Kleiner Carousel at the moment, up towards Garbankov, where he had that moment on the last lap. He kips the grass, gets onto the grass and just can't quite get the power down as maybe quickly as you would like through there. So this end of the circuit is really starting to become a bit of a sticking point for that car and him at the moment, but I think it's just a product of him pushing the car as fast as possible. This kind of thing won't be happening as much in the race, certainly. So yeah, we'll see what happens now as he comes down towards the Tiergarten. It looks like, from the way he's pushing, that this is going to at least attempt to be a faster lap time than it was before from James Zuber. But here we go. We're about to find out as he comes into the final few corners whether this is going to be any improvement, really. To be fair, he only needs 0.04 of a second and he'll move ahead of Zoltan Varkingi.
Yeah, and he set up X2 whilst pushing like a madman. Flames spitting from the exhaust, coming through now into the final approach, down towards the start-finish line, and he pulls into the pit lane. Oh, now that was an aborted lap, so that's the what could have been possibly. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But I've just seen that David Mrozek back out on circuit at the moment, and with just over 38 and 3/4 minutes still to go, Burst Esports will go into the second half of qualification with a lot of confidence. And the biggest question is, who will they then put behind the wheel? Because obviously after 2 hours of qualifying, what you then need to do to help keep your aggregate time high is to allow somebody else to get behind the wheel. And for me, if it was Burst Esports, I'd probably want to put Simičić behind the wheel.
Well, yeah, it just depends who's available, really, doesn't it? And looking at the TeamSpeak server at the moment, see if they're in there. The only other driver at the moment is Cam Roger, who has done some commentating for us this time last year for the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So he's actually driving with Burst Esport on this occasion. He's not a bad. We do like to take the nick out of him, to be fair, for being a bad driver. But he's not. To be fair to him, he's not a bad driver at all. He could easily dust me off, certainly. Although that's not saying too much. He is a very good driver. Drives in the FSR Pro Series at the moment, which is a series that he is president of as things stand, and yeah, he does well regularly, and so he will be very, very good for those guys just to have in there. They've got 5 drivers as well, let's not forget, excuse me, with Simičić, Mrozek, Rogers himself, and then they've also got Henningsen, excuse me, and Charles Pitos as well, who is a very fast endurance driver. He's been around for quite a while as well in the R-Factor 2 scene. So no, a very, very strong Burst Esport team ready to defend the title. But I think you're right about the changing drivers. Will Mrozek really want to be in there for another 2 hours after this? Will he be at his peak performance for those couple of hours? I'm not entirely sure on that one. He may well be able to maintain it, but it's kind of doubtful at this point. So you're right, they might want to get Mrozek out and somebody else in, at least for the second part of qualifying.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on, obviously in the TeamSpeak server, they've got, well, funnily enough, Alexei Maizin, another familiar name, and Nikolai Bezrukov, both racing in the EWC this season for Unison Racing. So I'm now just going to keep an eye on Roy de Munk in the Juices Motorsport Club, number 74 BMW. Now he's going through the part of the circuit that is actually the GP loop. So just trying to get those tyres up to temp. So it's just exited Dunlop before heading through the Michael Schumacher S's. And yeah, I think, you know, they've sort of like looking. I'm sure that Nick Newcomb is probably keeping an eye on his boys very, very closely indeed, despite the fact of being in race control once again. And at the moment, in that car alongside, well, you've got Sabakis alongside Roy de Munk at the moment. So, and Sabakis has actually muted his microphone at the moment. So he's just letting Roy get on with the job at hand to see how he performs. And sometimes one of the things in qualifying, you don't need any distractions, as now Roy de Munk actually comes in to the pit lane. So obviously he's come through the GP loop, come through the NGK chicane, and now brings the M6 GT3 into the pits. But still, with 35 minutes to go, Burst Esports still leads qualifying 1 here at the official GTR24H qualifying session, the first half of it, for the one-off 24 hours Nürburgring Nordschleife event this weekend, which will start on Saturday afternoon. So you're going to have to get your popcorn, your blankets, your soft drink by your side, and enjoy the ride as it happens, because here at GTR24H we will be going all the way through once around the clock. Realistically at the moment, a lot of cars, well, not many cars in the pits. Lucas Lichten in the RLR Abruzzi Esports Corvette currently in the pit lane, 14th quickest at this particular moment, but everyone that is showing on the server at the moment, all 15 cars, including Artem Sholaev in the 777 Unison Rays Racing Audi, have all set a lap time, and at least in some respects that will help them towards building a bit of confidence for the second session. They'll know how the track is evolving. But then the biggest question will be, how is the weather going to change? Because obviously showers were slightly predicted. I've had a really, really nice message from Nick Newcomb. He said, personal best for Roy de Munk, so very, very good effort. So Nick is a very, very happy man. He is keeping an eye on his boys.
There's been there's been a couple of new lap times coming in actually in the last couple of moments in that kind of area. So Roy de Munich did get up into 7th place with a new personal best, as Nick mentioned there, 8-minute 4.1 from him. Then Chris Gonzalez in the Rookie Monsters car jumped over everybody. He got into 7th place, pushing de Munich down. Gonzalez did a 3.8 on that lap time, and then Balazs Kish, just in the very last few moments, has come in again with another faster lap time. This time an 8-minute 3.1 from him on this occasion. So he's jumped up to 7th now. So Roy de Munich has dropped down to 9th place, even though he was 7th only a moment ago. So in that kind of midfield range, we've really got a lot of changing going on, and Giuseppe Pastore has just lost 3 positions in the last couple of minutes, which he'll not be pleased about. He's on an outlap at the moment and looking to go faster, because we know that he can. But it is remarkably close at the moment, and looking to take advantage of that right now is Zoltan Varkingi, who's coming down the Dottinger right now. Done a 8-minute 2.3 as things stand. Going to need to improve by about 1.5 seconds if he wants to get onto the front row of the grid, which is a big undertaking really, and I don't quite know if he can do it, because he is going to need to set a personal best lap time, certainly that we've seen in an official server from that Mugen Sim Racing car. So it is going to be difficult, but he looks like he's certainly giving it a go right now as he comes towards the line. Is this going to be any better than previously for Varkingi? Yes, it is. An 8-minute 1.1, and he's just 1/10 behind Jakubovic, but remains in 3rd.
Oh, this qualifying session has just well and truly been ignited, thanks to Zoltan Varkonyi from Mugen Sim Racing. That means the top 3 are covered by just shy of 4.5 tenths of a second. It was a personal best, but you know what? Hold the phone, Ewan. David Mroczek has just put in the fastest first sector of anybody. He's absolutely decimated the first sector time of anybody, a 2:52.708 in terms of and that's pretty rapid when you think about it. That's let me just work that out for a second. So that is just
a tenth every 5k.
That's 4 minutes 12.7 seconds, I think, because it's 180 seconds for 3 minutes. Add 60 seconds, that's 240. So, 4 minutes 12.7 in the first sector. And keep your eyes on Roman Jakubovic, who's just done he's just done a 4 minute 13.5. So just over 8 tenths off of Mroczek is Jakubovic, and we're now getting into the last 30 minutes of this session. Looks like Varkonyi has pulled it into the pit lane and has aborted that lap. after what was an absolutely Herculean effort from the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren 650S GT3. So, Mrocek, I'll be interested to see. He's absolutely hurling that car through every corner. And in many respects, this is where, oh my goodness me, I'm just looking from the trackside cameras on Mrocek. Oh my goodness, he's really fired up. He wants to make sure that Burst Esports have first blood in this first half of qualifying. And you can just see how aggressive he is going through into the mini carousel, the kleine carousel, absolutely flying. And then when we get to see when Mrocek actually ends up on the Döttinger Höhe, that's when we'll have a real indication. Because if that sector flashes purple, we could be on the verge. He's now going to break the timing beam, a 176.9 second sector time. So that is 2 minutes 56.9 on sector 2, and now we're going to go through into the third and final sector, the shortest sector out of this. So Zoltan Vorkonyi on his best lap, the 8-minute 1.134, went through sector 3 at a 49.7. So Mrocek has done a personal best in sector 2. Is this going to be enough for the 94 Burst Esports Audi to come across the line and get closer to that magic 8-minute barrier? Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to find out. As towards the stripe goes the Audi. What's the lap time going to be? 7 minutes 59.
Wow.
395. Absolutely obliterates the previous lap time. He's set by nearly 1.3 seconds. Gap to Roman Jakubovic now down to 1.6. That's Jakubovic now heading towards the start-finish line. What's the Audi going to do here? 8-minute 0.770. So again, the two Audis are leading the way. Ingolstadt seems to have a firm grasp on this first half of qualifying here at the Nordschleife.
Goodness me, do we have a race on our hands tomorrow? This is going to be absolutely fantastic between these guys. David Mrocek, Roman Jakubovic driving their hearts out right now, almost for pole position, but Mrocek has really pulled one out of the bag there. The first sub-8 minute lap we've seen on official servers since they've been opened, really. So a really phenomenal lap time, and they're now leading by 1.4 seconds, which is just absolutely incredible from Mrocek. We were commenting how close it was before, and just when Vorking thought he was getting a little bit closer to that pole position once again, he was getting down to what he was doing in practice. He was really starting to get into the groove with this lap and with this circuit, but now it's all been undone almost, because those leaders have just been pushed ever so much further away from him once again, and he's going to be very, very disappointed with that. But Mrocek certainly isn't. He's leading now by 1.4 seconds, and Jakubovic is really going to only have one, maybe two more chances at getting anywhere near him. Even if he can't overtake Mrocek in this session, he needs to get as close as possible, because when the lap times are averaged out by the end of the day, they could still have a chance at pole.
Well, with that being said, after that howitzer, that bombshell drop by David Mrocek from Burst Esports, we're going to go to a quick commercial break here on GTR24H. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. Stay with us.
Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the latter stages, about 23 minutes left of the first session of the qualifying here for the 24 hours Nürburgring Nordschleife. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you again. That lap from David Mrocek, Ewan, literally has fired the warning shot that Burst Esports means business this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a warning to everybody about their form coming into this race. I mean, we know that they're a fantastic team, and throughout 2020, I have to say they were one of the best teams in my opinion. Certainly from those who weren't that kind of I don't know, I don't want to say popular or whatever, but you know they really kind of improved in 2020. It really came to the fore, and winning this race was obviously part of that last year. Being able to do that again would be very good indeed. As I've just seen James Zuber come over the line for Satellite Racing, and that's a team looking for a good result this weekend, of course, and starting off pretty well here with James Zuber, 8 minutes 0.8 from him on that last lap time. It's jumped him up to third ahead of both Mugen Sim Racing cars and of course his teammate who is in fifth place at the moment. That's Nello Pastorino, excuse me, but yeah, fantastic lap time from James Zuber, who's jumped up to third position, and so I doubt, well, he might be able to get in front of Unison Racing, but he's not going to have that many more opportunities to actually improve on a lap time, I'm afraid, in this session.
Yeah, I think a very good point raised by Nick Newcomb on the YouTube chat, that it was a very clean lap from Mrocek and a good use of a few curbs. Not that many, but enough. You don't need to go literally on every single apex. You can use the momentum carry, you know, sometimes take a wider line going through the apex of a corner, not hit the curbing, but still carry that momentum through and keep the car. You know, this is another circuit just like Spa-Francorchamps where momentum carry is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you're in this kind of circuit, the corners kind of flow together one after the other. So once you're in the groove, there's almost nothing that can stop you. But when you're out of it, everything can stop you. All of a sudden, every corner seems like an absolute mountain to climb, and you're just flying off everywhere. So when you get in the groove around here, it's just almost effortless, and that's what you need to kind of get into that zone here in qualifying. Otherwise, you're just not really going to go quick enough around here. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of just about finding that groove, finding a clear bit of traffic as well. We've got 17 cars, out there at the moment, all vying for track position. Now, it is a long circuit. Traffic's not that much of an issue around here, really. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be getting blocked at any point, really. There's enough space for everybody to get their own lap time in, and that's all fine. Yeah, still, it's all about finding that clear bit of track, getting yourself into the zone, and just pumping out the lap time. Because, as I said, once you're into that kind of momentum, once you've got that kind of momentum, there's almost nothing that can stop you.
Yeah, the official race gets underway at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time tomorrow, which will be Saturday, the 15th of May. We will be holding a minute of remembrance for the late Sabine Schmitz, who would have celebrated her 52nd birthday this very day. But still at the moment, just to see that the top 11, rounded out by One Move Esports, Mathieu Decour in the 31. Looks like Mathieu Decour has actually taken over driving duties of the number 31 Audi that had Ludovic Ferruy just behind the wheel, who put them into the 8-minute fours. But still, I'm rather interested to see how both Roman Jakubovic and James Juba actually get on in the next 18 and a half minutes, because Mrocek has fired that warning shot. Jakubovic is currently in the pits, as is Juba. So Mrocek is, I'm wondering, is there still more time coming from Burst Esports to put in a 7-minute 59.4 is absolute craziness at this particular circuit. And I'm just trying to remember what is going to be I'm wondering, in terms of real sort of race lap, qualifying lap records, because I'm wondering what the qualifying lap for pole position was last time. So it's going to be interesting to see how much with regards to these cars, how they're going to actually get quicker and quicker, because a 7-minute 59 is just absolutely insane with an SP9.
Yeah, it is. I can't remember seeing a sub 8-minute lap time around here, I have to say, although I could be wrong, of course. It really does just put into perspective what a lap time this is from Darren Mrocek. I'm going to go on board here with him, and I'm going to see the master at work, really. It's just under 20 minutes to go, so by the time this lap time is finished, there will be about 10 minutes to go. If he's able to whip round the GP circuit quickly, get back into the pit lane, get a bit more fuel, tyres as well, I don't think he's going to have time to get round for another shot. I think this is going to be the last lap time for Darren Mrocek, but he could really put it out of reach for Roman Jakubovic and James Zuber and the like with this particular lap time, if this is quick enough. We'll just have to wait and see, really. If this goes wrong, of course, he will be able to pull into the pit lane and try again a little bit later on. But this is going to be fantastic to see on board right now from the current pole sitter, whether he can actually go any faster or not. He's already got a very fast lap time on the board, and I guess to some degree the pressure is completely off for him right now, because he's over a second in front of anybody else, so it doesn't really matter if he doesn't improve on this lap time right now. He can just go out there, push as hard as possible, and if he doesn't improve, then it's still a very, very good lap time on the board, and if he improves, then that's even better.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Roy de Munk in the 74 BMW for Juicers Motorsport Club. And Roy's actually done a personal best in Sector 1, and that is pretty fearsome in some respects, because he was actually just over 2/10 quicker than Rookie Monster's Chris Gonzalez, who is actually ahead. And just looking at the aggregate, I mean, Demink put in an 8-minute 4.198 on his best effort, and he is 0.316 off of Chris Gonzalez. And, well, the way he's going, because Gonzalez has just put in an 8-minute 3.331, so stays in 9th position. Roy Demink is coming through the Dottingerhöhe and heading into Tiergarten, and was up by the best part of over 4 tenths of a second, make that 4.5 tenths of a second in Sector 2 on Chris Gonzalez. So my sort of realisation here is that if that BMW is absolutely cranked up to Map 1, Roy Demink could really factor in to a pretty good lap time in the 74. So yeah, we'll just wait and see what Roy Demink actually comes in with very, very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to need a pretty big... Oh, and he does come in with an improvement. It's 7th place for Roy Demink. It's an 8-minute 2.9, and that jumps him in front of Balas Kish, Giuseppe Pastore and Chris Gonzalez, all of whom have improved in the last few moments. So there's a real battle going on from 7th place down to 10th. There's 4 temps separating those 4 cars in a kind of grouping that they've got going on in the midfield right now. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic battles expected from those guys. Coming through the race, but Roy Demink is one of the very fast drivers. He's driven for One Move Esports in the EWC in the past, let's not forget, and he is a Dutch driver in an otherwise well, there's kind of all different nationalities in that team. Actually, I was going to say there's quite a lot of these teams that are all one nationalities, but I don't think that's one of them, is it? Really, because yeah, they're all kind of spread all over the place. But yeah, we know about Roy Demink. He's a very, very fast driver, and can't wait to see how he'll get on in the race, really. You know, he's proven himself in the EWC in the past. I believe he was part of the Matsusaka 24-hour winning team back in 2020. And so, I'm just seeing David Mocek hit the wall on this flying lap that he is out there at the moment. Didn't quite see what happened myself, but we were on board with him at the time. I'm going to try and get a replay myself as to what was going on with that one there. But yeah, it looks like David Mocek has indeed found the barriers at Exmuller, I believe, or just before it.
Oh, now that's not what you want on a qualifying lap. But, but Roy
he's got no rear wing. Sorry.
Oh, he's got no rear wing. Oh, that's very much like the 777. So yeah, that just goes to show that if you are pushing like crazy. Yeah, and Roy Demink now actually parks it in the pit lane after what was a stellar effort that puts the Jesus Motorsport car just under the 8-minute 3s. Yeah, the 123 car also has done some improving as well, currently up into P8 on an 8-minute 3.111, as Roland Zooks has just broken the timing beam in Sector 1 and has just set a personal best in the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing, but has a massive off-track excursion just after the timing beam. Oh my goodness me. They are not giving any quarter to this circuit, let alone the tyres on each corner of these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Really pushing hard out there at the moment. Just to go back to Mocek, though, it was one of those, it was just coming through the siphon where we've seen a multitude of issues where you go downhill in that kind of chicane, you want to get the right-hander right, but unfortunately, you went a little bit too hot into the right-hander, bouncing across the curb and into the barriers, I'm afraid, on the right-hand side. So that is the end of David Mocek's lap time there. Even if he's able to get into the pit lane again at the end of this one, I don't think he's going to be able to get round for another lap, so I think that's going to be it from him. It's a 7:59.3, and now it's up to Roman Yakubovic and James Zuber to try and get closer. At the moment, Roland Zooks is going to be of the kind of top 6 that I've outlined for a real shot at pole position here. Roland Zooks, I think, is on an outlap right now. I think he's going to be the first to set his final lap time of the day. We're getting towards that kind of time now. Just over 10 minutes to go in this qualifying session right now, and we're really going to have times tumbling here in the next few moments.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the respective in real life, and I'm going to use this as a reference point here. David Mrozek was just under 2 seconds shy of the all-time lap record, which was set by the pairing of Mark Basseng and Frank Stippler on the 30th of September 2014. Funnily enough, in an Audi R8 LMS Ultra, 7 minute 57.474. So it just goes to show that it might be sim racing, but these drivers are pretty quick. As now currently with Roland Zooks in the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing car. Personal best in Sector 1 and just shy of 180 seconds in Sector 2. So will Roland Zooks actually cross the line? No, decides to abort that lap and into the pits. So currently 6th place at the minute and just decides to park it in pit lane, and I would imagine that for the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing car, that is going to be their deciding moment onto putting it back into the garage, which they have just done.
Well, if they're quick, they're going to be able to get out there again, aren't they? Because there's 10 minutes to go, and it's an 8-minute lap. So if they're quick and turn it around quick, then Roland Zooks could get out there again, and he is already leaving the garage right now. So Roland Zooks is going to be one of the very last drivers to actually get out there again. Roy de Munich is also in the garage right now, may be able to get out for one more lap time here. It's going to be close for some of these guys, especially Mrozek, who I think is pretty much done in this session. But Nello Pastoriano is coming through the final couple of corners right now. He's in the 65 Satellite Racing car, and he's very, very close. He's only 27 thousandths in front of Roland Zooks. So to make that a little bit safer, he's going to want to improve right now. He's just beginning a lap time, and here he is on board with him right now, going down in towards turn number 1 on the Grand Prix circuit. He's going to be the first of the real big names in this session to come across the line in about 8 minutes time. We're going to see if he can actually improve and just put that 5th position out of reach from Mugen Sim Racing in front. It's going to be a pretty massive effort from him to get near Zoltan Barkingi or James Zuber in front. However, he's going to give it his best shot, and he's going to at least try to consolidate P5, which they have right now.
Yeah, just interesting to see the amount of work behind the wheel from Nello Pastorino. Now really just accelerating up through the gears, and just the way that they're having to wrestle with these cars around this circuit is mind-blowing, even on the GP circuit. But then as soon as Pastorino goes for it, it's going to be rather interesting. Pro Sim currently running down in 14th position. Best effort from them, an 8 minute 7.9. And obviously with an endurance race, we know that qualifying is important. We see that in the EWC, but it's not about where you start, it's about where you finish. So I don't think Pro Sim are going to go for the absolutely biggest gung-ho lap, which we've already seen from Mrozek. But still, Pro Sim, if they can probably get that Bentley, which is quite a hefty vehicle in its own right, the best part of 1,300 kilos, I think probably the heftiest car on the grid. It's going to be interesting to see how this car fares in a 24-hour endurance race around the Nordschleife. It's one at I think, if memory serves me correctly, it's one at Mount Panorama previously as well. So it is a rather capable vehicle, is the Bentley, affectionately known as the Boatley in the wet on many an occasion. But, it could be a bit of a dark horse. I mean, once around the clock, never say never, is what I say.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that car does indeed have a chance. I think there's no reason to suggest that it won't be up there, but you just never know, really, by the end of this race. And there is one point that you did mention there that I do want to discuss a little bit. Let's not forget we'll have a 15-minute break in between the end of qualifying 1 and the start of qualifying 2, so we'll have a little bit of a chance to discuss about it. We'll discuss that in the break, because less than 7 minutes to go now. If you're not on an outlap like David Mrozek, he's still in the pit lane, so that's going to be it for him. Roy de Munich also in the pit lane. That's going to be the end of his qualifying session. Carl Lewis for Dysfunctional Racing Team, they're also consolidated 16th place at the moment, as are Unison Racing, the 777. They are 17th, and they're not going to be improving from that point either, because they are in the pit lane with less than 8 minutes to go. You need over 8 minutes to get out there on an outlap right now, so they haven't got the time to do it, I'm afraid, and and so it's going to be those positions for those guys, or maybe even worse if some of those from behind do indeed jump over them. But I'm on board with Nello Pastoriano at the moment, who is just coming through Adenauer Forest at the moment and heading towards the double left-hander just after that at Metzgerfeld, and then Kallenhard, which is the downhill right-hander before the chicane and the right-hander, or the miss, if you like, of the siphon, which we have seen many people come unstuck at in the past, but it doesn't look like any of those kind of issues are befalling Pastoriano for the moment. Let's just see how he goes down the hill here through the chicane, where you can use a little bit of the curves, but as we've seen in the past, not the best idea. Definitely you don't use the curves here, but don't run too wide either, because you can easily spin around as they go into the chicane. Oh, a bit jumping across the curve for the left-hander there. That's what I was talking about earlier on. You don't want to go too hot into the first right-hander there, because you kind of really offset your corner and you ruin the exit as well, which does really take out a few tenths from the lap time. And unfortunately, Pastoriano did fall foul of that, just going a little bit too deep in on that particular occasion.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Callum Wilson for the Glam Racing crew, the 404, coming under the Yokohama Bridge now, and they're currently down in 15th position on an 8-minute 10.560. Now, we've spoken to Callum all the way through the EEWC, through the 3 rounds so far. Indianapolis, Silverstone and Sebring, but now it's a very, very different challenge for the Brit. So we're just going to see how he performs, just riding on board with him at the moment. And so the good thing is that maybe Callum Wilson could have an opportunity of some sort of improvement in lap time, but then it's 2.5 seconds, and Callum Wilson again just pushing the limits of adhesion. 4 minutes and 20 in the session to go. Jakubovic also, as you said earlier, is in the pits. Rodin Mink, Carl Newest, got the 777 Unison Racing car, but there's still drivers out there. James Juba's out once again. And he's just gone fastest, well, a personal best in sector number 1, a 252.825 from the number 64 Corvette. So is James, well, if James Juba is starting to really put the frighteners on, he's trying to do that to Jakubovic, because that could break the Audi stranglehold in the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be very important as well, especially considering Roman Jakubovic is in the garage right now, not able to improve on his final lap time. Presumably he's made a mistake at some point around the lap, and so he's not going to be improving at all on this particular occasion, which is a shame for Jakubovic. He's not going to be getting any closer to David Mocek's time, and it looks like 1.6 seconds is going to be the margin for them to... sorry, not 1.6, is it? That's 1.4. My math's slightly failing me there, but no, it's still a big gap for Jakubovic to try and haul back in the second part of qualifying. Is going to need to be a special lap time from him to take pole from this point, but whether somebody else can come from behind and maybe get a little bit closer to Mocek remains to be seen, really. Currently looking at Roland Zooks and Nello Pastoriano, because they're going to be the first two really to come across the line here and improve. Mathieu De Croo's just come over the line, but he is just on an outlap. There's still 3 minutes to go, let's not forget, so there is still time for some of these guys to get around on an outlap and to even have another lap if they indeed choose, if they indeed have the fuel and the tyres remaining to even do that.
James Juba has just had an off-track excursion just a little bit earlier on in the lap. Probably, I'm just trying to gauge my bearings of where he is at the moment. Completely sideways into the next right-hander, and that was going through one of the faster parts of the circuit. You've got the double right there. He's using all the curb and then some of the grass as well to really extract the maximum performance out of the Corvette. And he's just literally launched it through Flansgarten. Just absolutely flying. The front splitter took a hefty whack as the front end dipped down and hit the ground first. Literally, that was just impressive car control. He just literally knew where to send the car, where to apply the throttle. He's now going to go into the next left-hander, which hopefully should take him into Now, this is going to be the mini carousel, I think, if memory serves me correctly. But you're now going to see that I'm just riding on board on the roof cam, and he's going to very shortly, I think, be coming through into the Dottinger, I think, in the next couple of corners or so. So he's now going to go into the main carousel. But yeah, James Juba, he's just done a 1 minute, 107, that's a 2 minute 57.0 through the second sector. So he improved in sector 1, did a personal best, but dropped a little bit of time. And I think he's now coming down the Dottinger Hoa. So I think we've just seen Chris Gonzalez having a bit of an off-track moment there as well in my field of vision. But James Juba looking to hopefully improve. Now, will he get past Roman Jakubovic in the next few moments?
Sorry, Zoltan Varkingi is also off the road at Verstappen as well, so that corner again has claimed another victim, I'm afraid. Varkingi is not going to be improving on 4th place in this session, but where is James Zuber going to be? Is he going to be able to get in front of Roman Jakubovic as he comes over the line right now? What is it going to be for James Zuber? It is good enough for 2nd place, 8 minutes, 0.2, and he's just 9 tenths away from David Bocek, which is not bad whatsoever. James Zuber getting in front of the Unison Racing car, and considering that half an hour ago that car was struggling to be in 4th place, a solid 2nd place and a great time there from James Zuber to get himself onto the provisional front row of the grid. And so very, very impressive driving from the former Drillers Esports driver, now of Satellite Racing, for this Nürburgring 24 hours, and he's pulled one out the bag there with an 8 minutes 0.2.
Yeah, and the timer has struck 0. That's the first 2 hours of qualifying completed here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as Varkoni again into the barriers after relinquishing that rear wing, I think is probably the most politically correct terminology. But at least they'll be able to get the car repaired and back out on track ahead of session 2 of qualifying. And really, David Mrocek has set the benchmark for Burst Esports in the 94 Audi with a blistering 7 minutes 59 second 0.395 lap time here at the iconic Nürburgring Nordschleife. With that being said, I think we're going to go to a brief commercial break, and then very soon myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Ewan O'Leary will be talking through some of the talking points after the first session of qualifying here tonight, live on GTR24H. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after what has been a rather interesting first half of qualifying for the one-off event here on GTR24H, the 24 hours Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it's Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary. Now here to discuss about quite a few talking points, the biggest one of which, we'll get this one out of the way quickly because we know that we've been talking about them quite a lot, Burst Esports and David Mrocek. And that's, like say if it was an 8-minute 2 in comparison to what happened a year ago, we now have a 7-minute 59.3. That's an impressive lap time. I'm really interested to see how they get on in the second session, which comes up very shortly in about the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, just under 10 minutes and the qualifying 2 will actually start. But we're just kind of gobsmacked by, firstly, the lap time that Burst Esport have managed to set there, as we keep mentioning, but also how close it is in this field right now, which is just remarkable to see. We do actually have a couple of lap times actually coming over the line right now, and one of which is Roland Zooks, who's just completing his final lap time of the day, and it's a bit of improvement as well. He knocks a 10th off of his lap time. He gets up into 5th place, just in front of Nello Pastoriano in the satellite racing car. That is the final time of the session, because the number 45 car has also completed its session with an 8-minute 4.8. That's about a half-second improvement for those guys as well. But who would have thought that getting within 3 seconds of Burst Esport wouldn't even be enough for the top 5? That is just really quite remarkable. Around the circuit as lengthy as the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's just a really good sign for the race, it has to be said. Last year, there were 2 or 4 teams who were really in a good shot at winning this race, but you could argue a very good case for about 10 of these teams winning the race, and that's what makes it so exciting right now.
Yeah, very much the case. It is times for show, points to go, even though this is a one-off event where we've got €1,500 of prize money to give away, and also based on what happens for pole position, the fastest lap for qualifying and also for the race, Azatec will provide water cooling systems for relevant PCs for those particular teams. So at the moment, Burst Esports have one hand on what might happen in qualifying, but we still have another couple of hours to go. But impressive performances from former Drillers Esports driver, now with VRS Satellite Racing, the 64 Corvette, James Juba. Really came good as the session came along and improved, and we've really got an idea of how capable James Juba is. You know, we've seen him go into LMP2 and instantly respond, as we saw in the EEWC with Drillers. Now we switched to GT3 with the Corvette with VRS Satellite Racing, and again he showed that adaptability, and that kept him to within nearly 9/10 of David Moracek. So hats off to him. Jakubovic also a great effort, and that was 2 Audis in the top 3. So you have to really factor in that I don't think Burst Esports may have it all their own way in the race. And the reason why I say that, and I've already touched upon this earlier, is about having that awareness and having that patience. You've also got to have the consistency. You don't want to make any mistakes. And you were saying about the narrowness of the circuit itself, Ewan. You mentioned this several times through the first part of qualifying. When it gets to the race, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about staying in the right, in the right. What's the kind of word for it? It's staying in the right zone for the whole race, really, whole 24 hours, which is a lot more of a challenge, really, than doing it for 8 minutes over 1 lap time. That doesn't take anything away from David Moracek, who's put in a great lap time there. But yeah, you're right. I was really impressed with James Zuber as well in that particular qualifying session there. Fantastic lap time from him. I feel like he maybe could have got a little bit closer to Burst, but you know, he just kept getting faster and faster, and I think there's still more time in that car. And obviously a night session is going to bring its own challenges. Weather is something we'll talk about in the next few moments as well, among other things. But yeah, great lap time from Juba, and I think Satellite Racing have got a really strong team. I mentioned it earlier on, but you know, they've got Henry Cynic on there, they've got Emi Nisler as well, Liam Rance is there as well for Satellite Racing. That's 4 very, very solid drivers. You know, Burst Esport have got 5 very solid drivers, so they're very evenly well matched. But you know, Satellite Racing, as I said at the start of the day, my pick for the overall race on Sunday, and yeah, I think they're going to be right up there. James Zuber starting them off on the right foot at the very least.
You know what? I'm really interested how Henry Sinnick's going to get on, because obviously we've seen him in the EEWC behind the wheel of the McLaren, and him and Martin Hemmingson were absolute dynamite. You know, so I'm really interested to see what Henry Sinnick can bring to the team. We know his pure race pace is absolutely undeniable, but obviously switching machinery to a GT3 car, that's going to be another test. It's going to show his sign of adaptability. We've seen Henry Sinnick before, where he's been able to literally storm his way through past any opposition in front of him, and this could be no different.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's a very fast driver as well. They're both, of course, transferred from Drillers Esports from when they shut down not so long ago, and have gone to Satellite Racing. I know I've seen Henry Sinnick in other racing, driving for Satellite Racing already, so I know he's been getting used to his surroundings in the last few months as well, so that's good to see for him. But yeah, it just sets us up for a great race, really, and I can't wait to get it started, really. It's just under 14 hours away, this race start, and that's not so long away, is it, really, when you think about it? When you have qualifying normally for a race, there's normally at least 24 hours before the actual race starts, and at Le Mans they don't even do anything on the Friday, do they? So it's a complete wait out, really. But no, it's a very quick turnaround, and I don't know if that's really going to have any effect on these guys. You know, the qualifying session here will finish at midnight in Europe. Is that kind of short turnaround of about 11 and a half hours going to have any effect on them? You know, it's enough to get a decent night's sleep in before a big day, but you know, it's not the longest turnaround, and I don't think it's going to play too much of a role, but you know, it is something to factor in maybe when we get down to the very final moments of the race on Sunday.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Ewan. I mean, one of the things that we know about with regards to you know, for us in the virtual commentary box side of things, we know for a fact that one of the key points to perform at the pinnacle is to be hydrated, and also to take on the right amounts of food take on the right intake of food in order to make sure that you're at your optimum. Obviously, we are seeing companies nowadays coming out with supplements which actually help with focusing, awareness, and obviously allowing people to perform at the highest level over a period of time. So it will be about those, they've also got to strategize who's going to do a single stint, who's going to do a double, are we going to go to triples even throughout the night? It can happen in terms of what the strategies there are. And, there's going to be 5 drivers in some teams, there's going to be 3 or 4 in others. It's dependent on what your strategy is going to be like for the race, and also how are you going to be able to adapt it if something happens during that race that puts that strategy sort of like water under the bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to have to wait and see and keep watching at all moments of the race, really, because you never know when the race is actually going to change, turn on its head, and all that kind of thing. That's why we tune into endurance races and stay tuned in right to the very end. But the drivers are just loading in right now to the server. Got about 8 of them, so we're waiting for another 10 of them, really, to get onto the qualifying 2 server. And a couple of things to note from this, which is a little bit different to the one that we've just come off of. First of all, it's immediately apparent when we actually get there, and when you see it on your screens in a few moments' time. It's dark throughout this in this qualifying session. That is going to change a few things for these guys, namely the fact that they can't see where they're going very well. And the other thing that is going to be changed by this kind of Q2 setup we've got going on at the moment is the threat of rain, which we've been talking about all night a little bit so far. It wasn't really a factor in Q1, but we're saying that what's the word? It's always getting ever present, but also ever reducing kind of shower. It seems to be getting smaller every time we look at it. This very small shower seems to be about to pass over the Nürburgring, so that is bound to just change things around just ever so slightly in this session. But we believe that at least for the final hour of this session, it is going to be dry. So if it is a kind of drying session throughout this one, that's going to be exceptionally difficult for these guys to try and work out what the kind of grip is like. It's just going to change every single lap for these guys in changeable conditions that we're likely to see.
Yeah, and literally sight in front of you is going to be at a relevant premium for the drivers, because when you're using only your headlights to guide you around this fearsome circuit, which at the best of times in the daytime is rather challenging, in the night it's going to be a completely different proposition altogether. And so, we were talking about earlier on, having your fastest drivers in maybe for the second half of qualifying. Sometimes maybe a consistent driver is also not putting, not adding an air of caution, but I think probably an air of a safety net, because in that respect, you want to make sure that the car is consistent. And obviously that can give you an idea of gauging race pace for the event that starts tomorrow in around about 14 hours time, as you mentioned, Ewan. So sometimes it's not always about pure speed, but it's about that consistency and that patience to know where you can and where you can't push.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be a factor in the night, as always. As I guess it's a little bit of time for these guys to almost practice the nighttime conditions, as well as just driving in them in qualifying right now as well. So, looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing how these times really develop as we go through the night session here. Because are they going to get faster, or are they going to get a little bit slower in the dark? It seems a little bit obvious to talk about that, but the engines like it a little bit more in the dark, so they can run a little bit better. However, it's more difficult to see where you're going, so through the corners you might not be as quick, and obviously the tyre grip all changes as the track temperature all cools down as well. And it's a very sudden change for these guys. It's not like they've gone through the transition, is it? They've just gone from one server into the other, so they've not really experienced that transition. They've not felt it, so it may catch a few people off guard in the first few moments of this qualifying session.
Yeah, also, one of the other things, I've just been given a heads up, I mentioned this driver earlier on, Šmitz. Well, he's behind the wheel of the 94, so they've put Šmitz in for for the night part of qualifying. And yeah, that's 7 minute 59.3 by Murchek in the daytime. What's going to happen in the night? Well, we're going to find out, because qualifying is under green flag conditions, and to be completely honest with you, this is going to be interesting. I've never experienced qualifying at the Nordschleife in the night as a commentator, let alone it being on R Factor 2. So this is a new experience for me, but it's something that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very exciting indeed, and there's going to be some fantastic onboard shots throughout this session that we will attempt to bring to you throughout this session, because that's what it's all about in the night. In real life, we see a lot of onboard footage, because obviously a lot of the cameramen go to bed, and so we don't get the trackside footage all of the time, but we get a lot of onboard footage throughout the night at the real-life Nürburgring 24 hours, and it is just magical to see the headlights just picking their way through the darkness, through the trees, almost like they're exploring themselves, cutting a new path for their very own, but obviously they're not, but it still counts as a somewhat kind of mystical kind of feeling that you get around here when you're going through the night, because it's so difficult to see. There's no floodlights around here. It's nowhere near like Daytona, where it's all lit up everywhere and you can see exactly where you're going even throughout the night. It's like daytime constantly at Daytona, but at Nürburgring it's so dark that it really is arguably a bigger challenge to drive here at the night than it is anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, very much the case. And this, I mean, at the moment, I'm just sort of keeping an eye on what's happening around the circuit, and I'm just going with Giuseppe Pastore, who was down in 7th position after first qualifying. To me, straight away, you've got to have some stones to do this, especially in real life. But here in the sim racing world, it is just as fearsome, just as daunting, just as spine-chilling as it would be if you were behind the wheel of an SB9 in real life. But Pastor, I mean, just to see the visibility, I've just got trackside on the camera, and yeah, that's not much visibility at all there.
Yeah, not really. We can see from these onboard shots that it's just really, really difficult to actually see where you're going. And so, yeah, it's the challenge that we've been talking about so far, and it's one that's going to really be affecting these guys from now on. I do wonder as well, you mentioned about the turbocharged cars like it a little bit more in the nighttime, so the BMWs of this world are going to be enjoying the nighttime conditions, although Juice's Motorsport Club haven't been able to join into this server just for the moment. They are going to be a little bit late, it looks like. However, they're going to be here. I wonder if that's going to play too much into a role. Juice's Motorsport Club were down in 9th place at the end of Q1, not really where they wanted to be, even though Roy Dominic did a lot better than he was expecting. You know, he's only in 9th place, I'm afraid. So will that BMW maybe even get into the top 5 because of these conditions? I'm not so sure that it will jump up that much, but maybe it will. You never know.
Yeah, we'll find out over the course of this session, because we're into the first 7 minutes of it, and drivers are still feeling out the conditions. Track temperature again has dropped. It's now 7 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, 23 on the track. So the track temperature is still at the optimum purchase that we had in the first qualifying session. So it is now down to seeing what happens. Just keeping an eye on. So in the 64 car that was piloted by James Juba, it's got Yimi Nisula behind the wheel of the 64 Corvette. Looks like Martin Mergeli getting behind the wheel of the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing car, replacing Roland Zux. Mathieu Decaux is behind the wheel of the 31 One Move Esports car, where we saw Ludovic Ferroy a bit earlier on in the first qualifying session. So not many changes. Looks like Nello Pastorino's back behind the wheel of the 65 ERS Satellite Racing Corvette for the second session. So One thing that says to me, and I'll be completely honest here, Ewan, is the fact that sometimes, even though it's an 8-minute lap around the Nordschleife, there is still about a minute, there's probably the best part of an hour to really hone in the setup, or maybe that particular driver. If they've had a lot of commitments elsewhere, this is going to give them the opportunity for some nighttime running and get themselves acclimatised, because one of the things you don't want to go into a race like this with is no real preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. You need all the preparation you can get around here, and even then, things can go wrong for you. You can do this track 100 times, and you know, a 1 out of 100, it might catch you out in a way that you've not really seen before, and that's the kind of challenge that you get at the Nürburgring. And you know, it makes some people really hate this circuit in some ways, but it certainly is very, very challenging for all of these guys, and that doesn't really it doesn't discriminate against anybody, does it really? It's just difficult for everybody, and that's going to be a challenge for everyone. But let's have a look at who's going to be first over the line here, because we're going to we've got some of these guys finishing their outlaps as things stand. Mathieu de Crop is going to be first for One Move Esports, the number 31. I'm afraid they couldn't even break inside the top 10 on that first qualifying, so they'll be hoping to do a little bit better on this occasion. Giuseppe Pastore is just coming over the line right now for Team Shiba by Musto. They improved in the very final moments to get themselves into 7th place at the end of qualifying 1. However, he's coming straight into the pit lane after only 1 lap, so he will not be second to come across the line. Instead, Yoni Simičić will be for Burst Esport. He is arguably their fastest driver, and given that David Mocek already took the field by over 9 tenths on that last qualifying session, Simičić may even be able to put even more time into those guys behind, and that is a terrifying prospect for everybody else.
Yeah, just seen that Juices have put turned lower behind the wheel of this 74 BMW. It's probably seen the first session. Roy de Munk, we had a brief chat with Nick Newcomb between the breaks, and he said that Roy was really happy if he was going to get into like the 8-minute 4s, and he got an 8-minute 2.9. So Roy de Munk really, really happy with his performance in qualifying. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Turnlower brings to this team. Obviously running in LMP2 in the EEWC. And one of the lovely things about seeing these nighttime shots of just looking at the trackside cameras following Unison Racing in the 777, and the brake discs on the front of the Audi are glowing red hot. It's like there's a lava flow behind the front wheels. That just tells you how much temperature there are in these brakes, and that's going to help with the tyre pressures and also the tyre warmth, especially with the ambient air only being at 7 degrees Celsius. But you know, that just shows how hard the cars are being pushed so far.
Mathieu de Crop, I'm afraid, has backed off, and Yoni Simičić is back into the garage at the end of that lap, so I'm afraid things not going great for most of these guys, and it looks like Jimi Nisula might want to be one of the first to come across the line here and start a lap time. Yeah, it's a strange sight to see so many people struggling with the lap times already, trying to get them in, but unfortunately a lot of guys have been struggling so far, which is a little bit bizarre, yeah, it's just the way things have gone throughout this first part of qualifying. Trying to find anybody else who might be doing or up a little bit further on the lap, but it doesn't look like that is the case. It looks like it's a little bit of a slower start to Q2 than we saw in Q1. Everyone seemed to be in a mad dash to get out there as quickly as possible, but that doesn't seem to be anywhere near the case here in Q2 for whatever reason. I couldn't give you a reason why, but it's just a little bit more relaxed at the start of this session for whatever reason.
Yeah, also another notable thing we need to discuss here, Varga Sim Racing not qualifying because they are down on drivers, but they will be in the race tomorrow. So they will start at the back of the grid for the 24 hours Nürburgring Nordschleife here on GTR24H. Unison Racing still pushing like crazy at the moment now. They had Chilayev behind the wheel of the car. But at the moment, I'm just trying to keep an eye on, it just shows Unison Racing as the driver name on the official live timing. You can go to timing.gtr24h.org to just so it looks like on the top of the timesheets, it is showing Artem Shulev might still be behind the wheel of this car. Your guess is as good as mine, but that car is still running. But also, so Simonchich might be out at this particular moment, but the Unison Racing car trying to use as much curb as humanly possible. And this is where the drivers will really need to go on feel and also on previous track knowledge, trying to get through the circuit and negotiate it safely. But what they don't want to do is touch any wheels onto the grass. And still a fairly decent lap in terms of cleanliness from Unison Racing in there. And looks to be coming into the next left-hander, which could be Schwalben-Schwanz, I think. If I'm not going to say if memory serves me correctly, because I've got no real memory of what corners are where. That's how interesting a learning curve this is going to be. But I think that Unison could put the first lap time on the board. The 126 dysfunctional racing team car that had Carl Lewis behind the wheel. So Unison Racing making their way down the Dottinger Höhe, and very soon they'll be heading through towards Tiergarten. And
all drivers.
That, on the left-hand side of the straight, it's Moispath.
The server, it seems, has been set on ×2. The server will be rebooted, and we will inform you soon as the server has gone back up. We apologise for inconvenience.
Right, so I think I've just heard that there is going to be a server reboot,
Looks like it. I think that means that they'll start Q2 over again, or something. We'll explain anyway on the other side of this ad break, while we just get the server sorted, and we'll get Q2 properly underway. Kind of explains the quiet nature to the start, really, doesn't it? So we'll get all of that sorted, and we'll be back in a couple of moments' time. You're watching the GTR24H Nürburgring 24 hours qualifying, and we'll be back with Q2 after this.
Presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, everyone, to continuing coverage, obviously, of the GTR24H 24 Hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We've had to do a server restart to get Q2 back underway, and still pretty much ninth. So, Ewan, just really, we're waiting with bated breath. We've had a few driver changes after Q1. Q2 is looking rather tasty in many respects with who we've got behind the wheel in certain cars.
Yeah, it looks like they've lost about 40 minutes of racing, unfortunately, with the qualifying that's gone on at the moment. Yeah, these guys aren't out laps at the moment. Chris Gonzalez is going to be the first one to come across the line. Now we've got a couple of people waiting in the green room, both from Burst Esport. They topped Q1 in this one, and obviously they're defending what's the word? Reigning champions, defending champions from this one. So we'll just bring them in now, and we'll get them in for an interview. Here we go. I'll bring them both in, and we'll start with David Mocek. Oh, I need to give them the power to talk first. Hang on. Let's just do that. There we are. So first of all, David Mocek, welcome to the welcome along for a quick interview after your lap time in the first part of qualifying. Just tell us how the lap was. Tell us how the qualifying session was, and tell us how it is to drive a GT3 car around here, because it looks pretty special.
Hi. Yeah, I can confirm that it's an absolute blast to drive. I think it's maybe the best type of car to drive around this track. It's really exciting. In some places you are sort of nearly flat, and you can go flat, but you really need to. Oh, sorry, I can hear some stuff in the background.
Yeah, no, it happens occasionally. It doesn't matter.
So qualifying was actually pretty intense. Like, I think during the best lap, I've nearly lost it completely on 2 occasions. But yeah, somehow I kept it on the track, and well, it was just a good lap. I think it's a great position for us before the second part of the quali, because I think Jerne is a better driver than myself, so I'm pretty sure he can do even a better lap time.
Now, you've obviously done Q1 here. You've swapped out for Jerne doing Q2. Are you more comfortable driving in the daytime, or is it just a case of rotating your drivers?
No, I mean, it's not like we have any special preparations. It's just, I think a couple of days ago, just Jerne decided that he's gonna do the night driving, and that's it. So it could have been easily just other way around.
Yeah, and one final thing as well, heading into the race, presuming that you're not going to do any more qualifying here tonight, heading into the race, without giving too much away, what's the kind of strategy? How much driving do you think you'll end up doing, and how confident are you that you can keep things together for that amount of time? Because it's an exceptionally difficult circuit, and so are you prepared for the challenge that you're going to be taking on tomorrow?
Well, I think we are all pretty well prepared. There's gonna be 5 of us driving the car tomorrow, so it's not like we are going to be spending a lot of time behind the wheel. We should all be pretty fresh. Hold on, because I can hear it again. Yeah, I mean, the competition is still pretty strong. I don't know what happened to Varga, because they were like, we thought that they are going to be our main competitors, but it seems like they didn't appear for the Q1, so I don't know. But there's still the satellite car, which is very strong. So, well, let's see. I mean, we are pretty confident, but you never know.
Yeah, we're told, by the way, just to inform everyone, that Varga will be here for the race, but apparently not qualifying. So, yeah, we'll hopefully see them tomorrow. But either way, thanks very much for talking to us, David. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And also from Burst Esport, joining us right now is Cam Roger, who's not doing qualifying here tonight, but is going to be driving tomorrow. Cam, how are you feeling about watching this right now? My heart's in my mouth. I'm not even driving any of these cars tomorrow. So how are you feeling watching these guys go around here at the moment with the prospect of the race coming up tomorrow?
Well, it's quite a big responsibility for myself, because obviously David's done a really good lap, and let's hope Yele can do the same. So I need to be doing some good stints myself when I get into the car. But yeah, obviously those two are the quickest guys, so we're letting them do the qualifying session. I feel pretty decent for the race tomorrow. It's certainly a difficult track, and the Audi that we've got is a very quick car, but it's also got some kind of weird, quirky points to it, so you have to get used to that. So it's been quite fun getting up to speed in it. Because when we signed up, we were obviously discussing what car to choose from the GT3s. Yerne is quite a big fan of this Audi, as many people know, and we're sort of taking his lead on it, but it's going pretty well so far, so hopefully we can do some nice stints. But it's good to get an opportunity to race for Burst in an event such as this, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to it as well, and the prospect of weather is ever present as well around the Nürburgring. How worried are you as a team about maybe some rain rolling in during the race?
We are sort of expecting it, so yeah, we are going to do a bit of wet practice to make sure we at least know roughly what it feels like. But you never know exactly what it's going to be like when it's raining, especially on a track this big. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting, and purely because of the size, but also because there aren't 200 cars going around either. There's going to be, even if it does stop raining, the track's going to take ages to dry, for instance. So yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting experience for that. Yeah, do have some wet driving experience, but this track is probably the biggest challenge in the world in terms of actual physical driving. So the wet is going to be, yeah, it's going to be quite nice, but hopefully we're going to be at least a bit prepared for that. But you never know, it's 24 hours and anything can happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So yeah, we'll let you both go back to your team now. Thanks very much once again for coming up and having a chat, and yeah, good luck with the rest of qualifying, good luck with the race tomorrow as well.
Thank you. See you later.
There we are, Cam Roger and David Mocek, both from the Burst Esport team. And yeah, good to get a bit of a chat with some of these drivers heading in tomorrow. They seem fairly relaxed going towards the race, but obviously always you've got to have that little bit of kind of nervous energy going into a race, especially at the Nürburgring. It must be a real, I guess almost the 12 hours leading up to the race is actually the most nerve-wracking part of the race itself. The anticipation must be quite palpable at this moment.
I think it's a bit like being like a duck, calm on the surface, paddle like heck underneath. And that's probably how the cogs are working right now. So you can understand that they're trying to make things look as calm and composed. And believe you me, through my own real life experience, where irrespective of what I've seen over the last 10 or so years in real life racing, it doesn't matter whether it's real life or whether it's esports. The big thing is that the teams know that the pressure is coming, and it'll only be a matter of time before that adrenaline starts to sink in, and then the drivers will then have to be on their best. They'll have to bring their A game. This is a one-off event. This is not for championship points. This is for prizes. This is for money. This is for something that they can get their hands on. So the pressure is going to be even more intense than, say, the EEWC, which is now had its halfway point hit courtesy of the 12 hours of Sebring back a couple of months ago. And then in late June, we head back to the Eifel region, but for the 12 hours of Nürburgring, but it's on the GP loop. So this being a one-off event, it just goes to show that you will have teams that they'll unknowingly put themselves under pressure. There is that little bit of the subconscious and the mental psyche that will still have that in the back of their mind, but they'll still go out there and perform 10 tenths or maybe even 11 tenths, depending on who they are.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure's really going to be on for all of these guys, as we know. These guys at the moment are just finishing what I thought was going to be their first laps of the day, but it looks like that was mostly out laps. And considering the fact that, we've had a disrupted start to this session, it looks like they've only really got 90 minutes to actually do something here. It's still a long time, but with the length of the lap, it seems to eke away very, very quickly indeed. We'll see who's really going to be coming up towards the line to try and complete a lap time here, but it looks like for the most part a lot of people are on out laps. No time on the board just yet, that's not normal really, half an hour in, especially if we're going to see a little bit of rain later on. That's really a surprise to see people taking it so easily, and it's not really what I was expecting, I have to say.
Likewise, track temperature again has dropped 6 degrees Celsius ambient air. And to be honest with you, I think we might get close to... I don't think we'll get into the 7:59s. If we get an 8-minute lap time for an aggregate, expect the likes of Jene Simoncic, maybe even... now, we've got... Yimi Nisula in the number 64 VRS satellite racing car. Considering that James Juba put that car second in Q1, then Roman Jakubovic, who looks to be back behind the wheel. Well, let's just have a look. The 717. Jakubovic is back behind the wheel again. So Jakubovic is doing double duty. So maybe that Unison have decided, well, Roman's done a pretty good job in the first set of qualifying. Let's see how he fares, and takes a wallop of curb right then on the right hand side of the Audi. Nearly launched the car 2 wheels skyward, but still keeps it on the black stuff, and he's giving no quarter with these curves, and this is in the dead of night, because we saw how easy you can get it wrong in the daytime. In the night, it's even worse, because you don't know what's coming next. You just have to go on pure instinct and track knowledge. And if you haven't had enough running in the night time, that could be a downfall there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take a lot of nightfall practice, but it was interesting when we were talking to David Mojek there that they've not really specialised for this race. They can all do everything. They can all do the daytime driving. They can all do the nighttime driving. Some teams would really specialise. A couple of drivers, right, you're going to be doing the whole night stint together, so just practice in the night. There's no point doing any daytime practice because you're just not going to be doing that. Just do the nighttime practice and make sure you get that right. There's none of that at Burst Esport. It seems that they've all tried to spread their resources as much as possible. They're all doing everything, and that means they can be a lot more flexible in the race. If somebody's not going so well, then you can bring somebody in a little bit earlier than you were expecting, and somebody might be able to go long if they're driving particularly well. If something changes on the day, whether in real life or where you're just not driving very well on the day, you might want to take a few more hours off than you would normally. So it really, when you've practice both like that, the daytime driving and the nighttime driving, it really gives them that flexibility that otherwise they just wouldn't really have. So I think that's very smart from them to not specialise too much, and I think a lot of teams will have done that. They won't have specialised their driving too much, I don't think, but it's good to hear that Burst Esport and a number of other teams, I'm sure, will have that flexibility throughout the day to change up their driver strategy if they need to.
Yeah, as just seeing that Roman Jakubovic has just gone through Hohe Acht and now is making his way through Wippermann at this particular moment in time before Eschbach and then Brünchen, which is a very committed part of the circuit, and between there and Flansgarten you've got what they call Zuschauerpunkte, which is basically viewing areas, and you can see the virtual fans seeing Roman Jakubovic go through. and now hits what will be effectively kilometre number 16 of this circuit. Absolutely fearsome here at the Nordschleife. Looks to be going through into possibly Schwalbenschwanz, I think, and then it will be the run down to the Dottinghoe. It has evolved over time, the Nordschleife, but Audi looking to do its level best. Still no one has put a lap on the board, but I've just seen that Jene Simoncic has just put the fastest first sector of anybody at a 2:53.187 first sector, and that effectively is 4 minutes 13.1 from the 94. Jakubovic could is absolutely flinging this Audi around the track like it was nothing, and it's just trying to gauge the circuit itself, but using as much curb, using even more curb here, because sometimes that actually helps you out a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Respects.
It's a risk on occasion, and we've seen the risks when they kind of go the wrong way in the past. But even in the first qualifying session. But yeah, you're right. It's a tricky thing that these guys have to deal with. Chucking down over the curbs can be useful, but it can also leave you a bit unstuck. Roman Jakubovic right now is on the Dottinghoe going towards the Tiergarten, so we'll see. I think this is an outlap from Jakubovic, so I don't expect to see a lap time from him on this occasion, but the first man to do so is going to be Jene Simoncic, you were talking about a moment ago. Zoltan Varkey is also going to be one of those setting a lap time very early on, as well as Giuseppe Pastore, who's right up there as well in terms of setting his lap time first. But we are an awful long way into this session now, having not set any lap times, which is a bit of a surprise really, but we know there were a few issues setting up the server. It was just a slip of the mouth from somebody apparently, as what Peter told us, so yeah, we apologise for that, but we're back up and running right now, and the session is running smoothly as Jakubovic comes over the line. That was indeed an outlap, no time on the board from him, so Simoncic is going to be the first, and we're going to be watching out now to see what the benchmark is going to be from Simoncic, who we know is an incredibly fast driver.
Yeah, very much the case, and just keeping an eye on the Simon's at the moment. Where is Simoncic at the minute? Yeah, going down the Dottinghoe, and has just put in a that is a 2 minute 57.835, but Zoltan Varkey has gone quickest in sector 2 by just over 0.185 seconds on Simoncic, but Simoncic now trying to get towards the final part of the circuit, and now makes his way through into the Tiergarten, and let's just see what the Audi does, because it was a 7 minute 59.359 from Rocek earlier on, as now Simoncic hurtles his way across the line under the nighttime sky. 8 minute 0.7. That's a pretty good lap for a first effort, and what's more, I think if memory serves me correctly here, Ewan, Rocek was in the 8 minute 2s in the daytime after his first lap, wasn't he?
I think it was an 8 minute 2.0 as well. I think you're right on that one. So that's incredible pace from Jene Simoncic. More times coming in from behind. Zoltan Varkey, an 8 minute 3.4. That's a good 2.7 seconds behind, which is a big margin. Giuseppe Pastore, another half a second back. There's a couple more come over the line right now from DIS, SR Lab and Unison Racing. A number of times coming over the line, actually. DIS, SR Lab going to 4th place, and Unison Racing, I'm afraid, 5th place. A fair way off of Jene Simoncic's time, but Yemi Nisula now is on the Dottinghoe as well. We'll see now where he can go in relation to the likes of Jene Simoncic. Let's not forget they came second in the first part of qualifying, just around just over 8 tenths behind Burst Esport. If they're able to beat Burst by over 8 tenths in this session, then they will take pole, but that seems like a really tall order for them.
Yeah, very much the case, because with that absolutely brilliant lap from Jene Simoncic, it is very early days. You can actually see on pit wall from one of the other teams there, you can just see how intense it is, even in the current run of things irrespective of which team you're with, there will be drivers and teams that will be working. They'll be eking out strategies. They'll be finding out about how their race is going to pan out over the course of it, but they've also got to keep an eye on what the lap times are happening between those up front. And when you have someone as talented as Jonas Simicic behind the wheel, you know that you're going to have a tall order to fight for that provisional pole position. And at the minute, you know, the way things stand at the moment, Burst are leading the way. Zoltan Varkonyi has more than likely probably got them into... Well, I've just seen that Varkonyi's time has actually just dropped off the timesheets for some reason. So I don't know whether there's been a disconnect there, possibly from Mugen. That would be what it apparently looks like. I think I've seen enough of that through the first 3 rounds of the EEWC to gauge that one. So if that is the case, then that is a real shame for Mugen Sim Racing, the number 2 car. They were going to field 3 cars, but the number 3 Audi was actually withdrawn earlier on. I think it was last week that they withdrew the 3rd car, which would have been an Audi as opposed to the 2 McLaren 650Ss that they are running. And there's been some dramas. Chris Gonzalez from Rookie Monsters has got no rear wing on that Corvette.
I'm afraid that's not the first time we've said that yet tonight. It's been a difficult session for Chris Gonzalez. I seem to remember on the very last run of Q1 that was an issue for Chris Gonzalez. So he's been into the wall, and that is no rear wing for Gonzalez. Real shame to see for him. He's still got over an hour to go in this qualifying session, so there's no real rush for him just yet. But not starting the session off in the right way, certainly, and a little bit of a shame to see that for him. So from the first round of times, it seems that Burst Esport are comfortably out front right now. Varkingi is about 2.5 seconds back, which is it's all right, but it's not going to get them pole position, and I don't think that's what they're going for. Start on the front 2 rows, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with that all in all. It's Burst Esport well out front at the moment, but we haven't seen the likes of Satellite or Mugen or Juices or any of these kind of big teams coming over the line just for the moment. Team Shiba by Musto are currently second in the order with an 8 minutes 4.0, and that's not too bad from them, but it looks really, really difficult to challenge Simicic in this one, and we're going to be discussing the other teams a fair amount, and it may even be ignoring Burst Esport for the majority of the next hour, given how far in front they may well be.
Yeah, I completely agree, and completely understand that sentiment right there, because Simicic has pretty much through that effort secured provisional pole for Burst Esports. Unison Racing 777 hard into the barriers on the left. Oh, that's a nasty hit, and it goes. It does the old Sebastian Vettel ping pong, not once but twice. It hits the left armco, sweeps across to the right, then back over to the left, and then the rear wing flings asunder. It was a hard hit at high speed. Oh my goodness, that is really what you don't want during nighttime qualifying. And that car is going to be crabbing its way all the way back to pit lane. Oh my goodness, that's 2 massive accidents. One for Gonzalez, for Rookie Monsters, and then the 777 for Unison Racing. Wow.
Yeah, that was big, wasn't it? It was into one side, into the other, and then into the other again. It's a very, very big accident for them, and a big shame because it's just not been the greatest qualifying session for them so far. However, things may well be just improving by the end. Let's hope so for their sake. Anyway, so into the wall, and currently in 8th place, but it's currently last of those who have actually set a lap time, and they're going to be looking to improve in the next hour and 15 minutes certainly. But Roman Yakovic right now is on the Dottinger. Hopefully going to get a look at him, because he looks like he's going fairly well, and he went fairly well in the first part of qualifying for the 717 Unison Racing car. 1.3 seconds off of Burst. They were 3rd place by the end of it. Here he comes into the Tiergarten. This is probably going to be 2nd place in the order, but how close is he going to to be for Joni Simicic? Is it going to be? Is he going to be a contender for this pole position in Q2? Is he going to try and get top spot in the night qualifying session, or are they going to fall by the wayside like everybody else have so far? Up towards the line comes Jakubovic right now. Where is this lap time going to put him? It's third place at the moment, 8 minutes 4.4, and I'm afraid that is not even good enough for the front row in terms of Q2. Team Shiba by Musto with a decent lap time, and it's putting Simicic's lap time even more into perspective, the fact that Jakubovic is over 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, just riding on board with Giuseppe Pastore in the 313 Team Shiba by Musto car, currently rounding out the top two, 3.3 seconds behind First Esports Joni Simicic, and just getting an idea of how much visibility, looking at the onboard here, it's just really, from my perspective, from the commentary side of things, how close it feels, even closer. It feels nigh on claustrophobic coming through certain parts of this circuit. You're having to deal with sweeping corners. You're then having to deal with inclines, descents. It's not that easy. And Giuseppe will have Nicola Pastore and Hendrik Zimmermann alongside, so a 3-driver crew. But Giuseppe put it 7th in first qualifying and is currently in 2nd behind Joni Simicic. So through into the Klein, it looks like the main carousel before Höhe 8 and Hedvigshöhe before Wippermann, which has caught a couple of drivers out going into Eschbach. You can just see how quickly these corners come up onto you. Now going through, looks to be going into Wippermann, and then into the next left hand, well, coming I think a little bit further through, so that would have probably been through Brünchen. But then you got Ice Curve, which is ice is the way it's spelled EIS is basically ice cream corner. But that's how funny things are when we have longer things for, like, say, ice cream. So, like, say, yeah, keep them on ice, give them ice cream, whatever. So interesting from that perspective. But you can just see now coming through, and again, it looks to be pretty clean from Giuseppe Pastore. But I would imagine that this is going to be an outlap, because you can see that Giuseppe's trying to get a gauge for the track once again, but Varcogni in 2nd at the moment. So that is a Audi, a McLaren 650S, and then a McLaren 720S. So 3 different types of car, despite it being 2 manufacturers in the top 3. And just by looking at this section here, literally he's at full pelt. Is Giuseppe Pastore, and now has just come through the exit of Tiergarten and through Nordschleife, going to the Start und Ziel, as they say in Germany. Goes across the line. That would have been an outlap, but Pastore's got a little bit of work to do. Turn lower has just set a personal best in the BMW. So we'll try and bring maybe a bit of honour to the propeller of Munich, and that's what actually the badge stands for. It actually represents a propeller, and I didn't know this until I watched a documentary about BMW's touring car history called Adrenaline. Because obviously for those wondering, Timo Glock will be running an M6 GT3 in the DTM along with Sheldon van der Linde for 2021. He basically, there was a bit where he said, I've got the propeller on my chest, and that's what the propeller stands for. It's quite interesting where, what the 4 rings of Audi means in many respects, and then also what the 3-pointer star means for Mercedes, but you don't have any Mercedes cars to talk about. But here comes turn lower. He's up on his personal best in sectors 1 and 2. And turn lower goes P6, 8 minutes 8.977.
Yeah, very good lap time.
Yeah, so the Four Rings of Audi actually started by Auto Union, and they amalgamated with other companies such as Horsch as well. I've been to the Audi Museum in Ingolstadt. Worth the trip if you ever get the opportunity. And they have all the previous LMP cars from the late 2000s, and also all the Audi R18 e-tron Quattros, still as filthy as they were when they crossed the start-finish line. That's like a badge of honour. And you can see on your screens at home on the YouTube channel who's on track, who's in the pits. So Jakubovic is in the pits. We've also got the other Unison racing car in the pits. Mathieu Descours, rounding out the top 8, is also in pit lane. So, but yeah, just Lee Russell now behind the wheel of the Lamb racing car after Callum Wilson put the car 15th in first qualifying. Right, well, we're now going to go to a commercial break, and myself and Ewan will be back with you in just a couple of moments' time. Stay tuned.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get down to brass tacks because Yuri Simoncic
car slow moving vehicle just past carousel. Slow moving vehicle.
We've got a slow
past carousel
at the carousel, but Yuri Simoncic, Ewan, just lit up the timing screens purple. He's just gone flying through Flansgarten. He's on a mission, is Simoncic, and he's also 2 wheels on the grass, pretty much a repeat of what David Mrocek did in the first session of qualifying. Yuri Simoncic wants the top time for himself tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming through Brunchen as well, he had a massive slide going on. It was quite remarkable to watch. He gathered it up though. It was quite twitchy for a moment, but as we mentioned, he's kept it on the straight and narrow for the moment, and he is flying, going really quite quickly as things stand. Coming up towards Galbenkopf at the moment, arguably the most important corner on this circuit, because leading onto it is the Dottinger Hoe, and there it is, opening out in front of us at the moment. The headlights just picking out the darkness in full view at the moment, and then he'll be heading downhill towards the Tiergarten before long, and we'll get to see that plunge downhill and see whether this is going to be the first lap time in the darkness to break that 8-minute barrier that has befallen so many of the drivers before him. It's no problem for Yuri Simoncic, I don't think, and I'd imagine he's going to be right up there getting a sub 8-minute lap time. It's just been a really incredible performance from him so far here today. He's not quite had the satellite racing cars, and Romney Kubic has managed to get a lap time in 4th place at the moment, but he hasn't had the 64 satellite car challenging him just yet. Yimi Nisler just comes in with a time as we speak, 8-minute 2.3 from the Finnish driver. But what about Simoncic? He comes over the line right now, and it's quicker.
Oh my goodness, I never thought I'd see that coming. A 7-minute 59.338. That is quicker by just over half a tenth ahead of his teammate, David Mrocek. So that pretty much has guaranteed, with I think just over an hour and 3 minutes to go in qualifying, that Burst Esports will take provisional pole. That was an absolutely inhumane lap. That was alien-esque from Yuri Simoncic.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I mean, it's faster than David Mrocek's time that was set in the light daytime conditions, and even though you can't really see where you're going, you could argue that the engine and the tyres might be enjoying these conditions a little bit more, but there's nobody enjoying these conditions more than Yuri Simoncic at this point, really. He's just driving really, really well, and we know how good of a driver he is. He was here last year to take the crown for the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2020, defending it here with some of his very best form. Didn't start off 2021 in the best vein of form, I have to say. In the FSR World Championship, which he has dominated for the past couple of years, he really didn't get off to a great start, and he's still not won a race in that championship, even though he definitely, normally by May, he's definitely won at least 2, but he hasn't even won a race in that yet. I just think he's taken a little bit of a while to find his feet. Took a win in the VC last weekend, I think it was, at the 8 Hours of Spa, and so he's very, very quick indeed. We know that, but also he's in great form as well, and so top of the timing sheets at the moment, and it's going to take something remarkably special from Yimi Nisler to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, and I've just seen that the ProSim Bentley has been hard into the barriers. So they're not having the greatest amount of luck, unfortunately, over this session, which has got just over 60 minutes to go. So ProSim have got to limp that Bentley back to base and get it repaired before they can set a lap time. Chris Gonzalez is out at the moment in the 999 car, what we've taken on ourselves to call the Yacht Corvette, and ProSim, it was in the first sector, they had a massive off, and when you have basically the best part of well over, probably, just looking at that at the moment, it's probably well over about 6 minutes through the first sector at the very least for ProSim, so that's going to be a rather difficult lap to try and claw. There's a yellow looks to be out in sector 2 at the moment, so whether that is which has just briefly been retracted and it's flashing up again, but yeah, that's been a difficult session for ProSim, who put it P14 in qualifying 1. Again, that car's now coming through the exit of Tiergarten and through into Nordkirche. It's actually whacking against the Armco. It's like the steering's broken on that thing, and it's just gone headfirst into the tyre barriers.
It's had an accident out there somewhere. Even Simoncic passed it on his lap time, just past Kesselchen, towards the carousel, but not quite getting there. It's been going slowly for a very, very long time. Has the Pro-Sim car, whoever's driving it at the moment, and taking a very, very slow trip back to the pit lane, I'm afraid, and causing a couple of yellow flags along the way, which is a shame for those guys, but it's just not been the session they really would have wanted, and it looks like it's going to be a start well down the order in this race. Another car that is slightly down the order compared to what we're used to seeing, really, in these qualifying sessions is the Chris Gonzalez car that you were mentioning a few moments ago. Rookie Monsters in that Corvette. They did very well in Q1, actually getting a 10th place in the end. I thought they might be able to grab a podium by the end of the race come Sunday afternoon, but of course you never know. But certainly they're going to want to improve a little bit on that position that they find themselves in. They're the last of the real big hitters, I would argue, to actually come across the line here. So it just remains to be seen where they're going to come out, because the time gaps are a little bit more stretched out compared to what we saw in the daytime.
Oh, Pro-Sim again. I've just been informed by Nick Newcomb. Pro-Sim is taking up to 20 minutes to return to the pits. Oh my God! And I'm looking at it right now. That car is tracking left. That means steering's broken, suspension. It's an absolute nightmare for them at the moment. So that's what you can just see. It's like literally going, it's like left, again, left. And Nick Newcomb is keeping an eye on what's happening. They just tried to reverse it. They just tried to reverse it back and now trying to get the car to move forward. This is absolutely excruciatingly painful for the Pro-Sim, and you can see yellow flags being, and I think that was I'm not too sure, was that Simoncic maybe that has just gone past on that particular time. But the thing is I have to give Pro-Sim a bit of credit to what they're doing, and it is confirmed to be damaged steering. But now, that's right over the middle of the carousel that the Pro-Sim Bentley's just gone. They had no other choice. I mean, the thing is that they've got to, at the moment, the rear brake lights are literally burning an impression into my retinas at the moment from my viewpoint. You can just see that they're trying to keep that to the left, and Nick Newcomb has said drivers done their level best with the damaged steering. So this is going to take a while, and whenever they're running through, there are going to be yellow flags, which means that the drivers have to watch their deltas going through those particular sections, because if it's pinged on a data back to race control, it could be within the rights of saying that's an invalidated lap time, or there could be a further penalty coming as a direct result through quali.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if they will be given a penalty for any of this, really, but it seems to be that they're just not in control of the car very much. It seems to be really quite badly damaged, and just imagine what would happen if this was actually the race right now, and this were to happen during the race. It would be a total disaster for them, really. I guess they've got to just be glad that it's not the race just yet, and qualifying that it doesn't matter too much that that car is being a bit slow to actually get back. So, it's going to make it back. It's going to be hampered in this qualifying session, but at least it is going to get back. At the moment, there's nothing more that can really be said about it. It's just unfortunate for those guys for it to had that accident, of course, as I'm seeing the Simcoe car come over the line right now. Currently 6th place, Balaskis is driving it, and he's just got up to 4th place with an 8-minute 3.7. That car is having a much better time of it. It started off really quite poorly for that Simcoe car. It was off the road, left, right and centre, but now Balaskis has got into that car and he's driving very, very well indeed. 8th place in Q2 and 8th place in Q1, 4th place in Q2 right now. Fantastic position for them so far.
Right, yellow flags out in Sector 3 because the Prosim car is down the Dottinger Höhe and is crabbing to the left all the way because of the damaged steering. They're trying to keep it on the left-hand side. Well, they've got no other choice because the steering's going to the left anyway. And now there are cars in the background just behind. One of them, that looks to be a BMW coming down the Dottinger Höhe. So that could be, more than likely, that might be, I think that's Carl Lewis that has just gone past in the dysfunctional racing car. And the funny thing is that once the Bentley's, alongside on that side of the circuit, on the left-hand side of the Dottinger Höhe, heading towards Tiergarten, and Antonius Bucher. The thing is that they've just got to really be very, very careful. There's also a yellow out in Sector 1 as well at this particular moment in time. This is... I have said the word painful. I think the word now excruciating needs to be added on the front of that for Prosim, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them, I'm afraid, for them to be trawling back to the pit lane so slowly. It's a real shame to see for those guys. Obviously, another team that all come together at the same setup to do their races, and sometimes we even get a view from their pit wall. But not on this occasion. I don't believe we have a view from those guys. But it's great to see those teams that do come together for these races. I do like to see teams like that doing well, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like Prosim are going to do well in this qualifying session. Neither does Giuseppe Pastore, because he's just had a big off coming through Brunchen there. Just gone ever so slightly on the exit of the gravel trap there and into the wall on the right hand side. That is a shame because that lap time seemed to be going pretty decently for them, but not anymore. He's been in the wall and he'll have to come back to the pit lane to get that car repaired.
Oh my goodness me. The hits, they keep on coming here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Oh dearie me. I mean, just looking at other cars, Zoltan Valkonyi currently out on a lap at the moment in the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren 650S GT3. Good to see that car and the 720 out. Obviously the 720, the replacement for the GT3. So we'll see how things go. So we'll see how things transpire over the next few moments or so. We've still got just over 52 minutes of the session remaining. Ewan, that lap from Jane Simoncic, where on earth did that come from? I mean, we need to have a chat with him right after this session has concluded.
Well, yeah, it's just the kind of thing that we come to expect from him, really, isn't it, at this point? Because he is normally so quick, and it's difficult to see him being toppled by anybody. But the fight for the other places going on will be an interesting one. Seeing Roman Yakubovic coming towards the line right now, he's in the Tiergarten, so we'll see what the lap time is going to be, if indeed it is going to be an improvement, because he was right up there, almost neck and neck with David Mocek for most of Q1. Unfortunately, he's fell behind a little bit in the night time, maybe a bit of fatigue starting to come into play, and that is not indeed a lap time from him as he comes over the line. He's got a good 4 seconds to the cars behind, so if he's able to improve just a little bit, then he could maybe jump ahead of Pastore or Kish maybe, we've still got a fair few cars, I think, that could maybe jump up here. The other Mugen car down Martin Merkley at the moment is about 4 seconds behind where I expect it to be, so expect there to be a couple of cars, maybe the 65 satellite car as well, to jump up a little bit in this one, as well as one car, the DISSR Lab car, just jumps up to 9th place. Not been their best weekend so far, but they're hoping to retrieve it.
Yeah, still all to play for, and not much time left to find out who will be at the sharper end of the field. And at the moment, it looks like the results of what was qualifying 1 looks to be also repeating itself for the top 2 in terms of Burst Esports and also VRS Satellite Racing. Yimi Nisula, quite literally, he's in another German districts at the moment, and there are 16 of them around Germany. 2.968 seconds behind Jane Simoncic, and I mean, that lap, that just speaks volumes. I'm absolutely gobsmacked is an understatement when it comes to David Mrocek and Jane Simoncic.
The Unison Racing 777 car's going fairly slowly out there at the moment. I think they've come into contact with the wall, given how slowly they are going, and that's off the road again, I'm afraid, onto the grass, and a slight brush on the wall as well, actually coming to a halt there on the side of the road. So I don't know if they're just getting out of the way of that car that's just come through. Yes, they were, actually. So good driving from whoever is driving that car. We will never know, because they haven't got a driver name on there right now. It's just their team name. However, good driving there just to get out of the way on the grass, but it certainly looks like a difficult car to control and a bit of a hazard for everybody out there, so just going to have to be a little bit careful of it for the next few moments before that Unison Racing car gets back into the pit lane. A bit of a slide as well through the front, Scott, and into the wall again. I'm afraid it's very, very difficult to control these cars even normally around here. A damaged car around the Nordschleife is virtually impossible to get around at any kind of speed, and that's why we saw the ProSim car going around so slowly. Thankfully, they've got into the pit lane now, but I'm afraid we've got another slow moving car and another car in the wall coming down through the Schraubentranz and in towards the climber carousel right now. Not nice to see as it goes into the Armco again.
Yeah, so more drivers finding the barriers more than testing the limits of adhesion around this circuit. So it's not been easy by any means, apart from if you're part of Burst Esports, like who's literally just to wipe the floor with everybody. And that just shows the amount of performance that those drivers have for tonight, and whether that's going to bring anything in for qualification or for the rest of the qualifying session, because your guess is as good as mine here, Ewan, as to who is going to come second best. But VRS Satellite Racing seem to be doing enough to keep themselves in the hot seat for the front row of the grid for tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I think they should do enough, really. In terms of the positional changes, Burst Esports, obviously having top both sessions, will be taking pole as things stand, and they'll be alongside Satellite Racing on the front row as things stand. But where we get onto the second row, things get a little bit more complicated. The number 2 Mugen Sim Racing car came in 4 tenths down on the Unison Racing car on this average thing we're trying to work out, but they're beating them by a second at the moment, so they're going to be 6 tenths on average in front of Unison Racing, so I think they're going to overtake them. Mugen Sim Racing into 3rd place, with the Unison Racing down to 4th. Now things get very complicated when we get to Simco, because they were 8th in the first one, but now they're 4th place, and it's going to be a lot of maths going on after the session here. The race directors will be totting things up, and I believe that the qualifying results will be released on the website, if not later tonight, then early tomorrow morning. Then they will be released out onto the website, so that we get the starting grid for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and so we can get the race underway at midday Central European time. It's certainly going to be very, very complicated to work out, because there's a lot of teams not in the positions they were before, which is obviously good for some and bad for others. It obviously means that there's going to be quite a lot of positional change, to be honest. From Q1 to Q2, it's going to be not quite unrecognisable, because the top 2 will be the same, but behind that it is going to be a little bit changed around.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And at the moment, it's still looking rather dark and fearsome out there. I mean, I'm just really interested to see what happens over the next 46 minutes, because, oh my goodness me, we're going to get another heart attack at the moment. Jane Simoncic has gone purple in sector 1 again.
Wow.
252.3. I'm thinking Simoncic is not done yet. He's... I thought I was speechless now. The defence rests, Your Honour.
Yeah, he's just putting it out of reach of everybody else, isn't he, really, at this point? In my opinion, he doesn't need to even go out there ever again in this session. He's 3 seconds up on Jimmy Nisler at the moment, and that gap's not going to come down because Nisler needs to actually beat Simoncic by 9/10 of a second. So at the moment, that's just doesn't look like it's going to be possible for that satellite racing car at the moment. It could be possible, but I don't think it is. But Simoncic is making sure of that fact and just pushing it out of reach. Jimmy Nisler is actually coming down towards the line at the moment, and they seem to be kind of on the same qualifying cycle. Nisler sets a time, and then Simoncic comes in about 20 seconds later on, and they seem to be going in that train. But here comes Nisler into the Tiergarten at the moment, seeing if he can improve, and I think this is going to be a better lap time from the Finnish driver, part of a very strong lineup as we mentioned, but Simoncic behind him might be about to go even quicker. Let's see what Satellite Racing can do though. Over the line they go right now, and it's an 8 minutes 0.5, very, very impressive. He brings the gap down to 1.2 seconds, but what about Simoncic behind?
Right, wait for it, hold your breath, because it's going to be a quick one. Yannick Simoncic about to cross the line very, very shortly. Just coming through. 7 minutes 58.361. He's beaten it by well over a second. Yannick Simoncic has absolutely whitewashed the competition, and let alone that, he's whitewashed his own teammate in Q1. It was a 7 minute 59.395 from Mroczek. Simoncic here, Ewan, has gone 1.034 seconds quicker over the same distance. That is absolutely mind-blowing, and we've got still 43 and a half minutes to go. Simoncic, on that pace, he could be close to an even as 7:57 if he wanted to push the boat out right now this evening.
Yeah, that is definitely within reach for him, I have to say. And speaking of good times, Roman Yakubic has just come over the line with a very good time of his own, an 8 minute 2.3, and I believe that is somewhere close to what he did. No, it's not quite as close to what he did in the daytime, actually. However, it's still a good lap time. Martin Merkley comes over the line right now, 8 minutes 7.3. That's a good improvement for him, and that pushes him ever closer to those he's chasing right now, and pushes him in front of Satellite Racing, which is very important, because it means they retain their position over the 65 Satellite Racing car. Very important. But Simoncic, Nisler, Yakubic, 1, 2, 3. 3 absolutely fantastic drivers. Very, very well-known names in the R-Factor 2 scene. And it just continues to amaze us, really, how Simoncic is able to do that kind of thing. It's by no means a bad lap time from Jimmy Nisler. And Roman Yakubic has put in a good effort there as well. But Simoncic has destroyed the field, and he could probably park it up at this point.
Yeah, it's I think if Yusuf was here with us, I think his mind would be just as blown as what mine is right now, because it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. It's just like. And Cam Roger has just been asked on YouTube by Claudio Amundsen. Cameron, are you also driving? He said yes, but not in qualifying. Yanni and David are much faster. Well, they just proved it, the pair of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that he did say in between Q1 and 2 that was the plan here today. But Claudio actually is manager, is he? I can't quite remember the exact title, but manager or owner or something of Burst Esports. So yeah, it's good to see him watching along in the YouTube chat at the moment, as with everybody else who's chatting in there and watching along and has been watching along throughout either the practice session last night or the session tonight. which has been very, very exciting indeed. Yeah, we're looking forward to always forward to the race tomorrow, where we're going to see those three great teams going head to head. I think it's going to be between Burst, Satellite, Unison Racing. Whether Varga can get in there or not is kind of an unknown. I don't know if they're going to be able to come from the back of the grid or not to actually challenge for this one. You never know. 24 hours is a long race, and you could certainly get up there during it. But since we have about 40 minutes to go in this qualifying session at the moment, we're going to take another quick commercial break. So we'll see you in a few minutes' time. You're watching the GTR24H qualifying for the Nürburgring 24 hours, and we'll be back in a moment.
GTR24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
special event which we've had for the last 2 years, and we're in Q2 at the moment. Just 35 minutes to go, and just to quickly recap, it's Joni Simoncic leading by 2.2 seconds. Jimmy Nisler is in second ahead of Roman Kubic for Unison Racing. Zoltan Rocky is fourth. He just improved as we went to commercial break there, and Bosch's Kiss is in fifth place for the Simcoe team. So that is your top five right now. Plenty of other very strong cars running a little bit further down, like Rookie Monsters. Chris Gonzalez, I'm afraid, has not done quite as well as in the night time as he did in the day. He's in 13th at the moment compared to his 10th place throughout the first part of qualifying, and that's a bit of a surprise to see for those guys. But yeah, qualifying well underway now, and pretty much getting towards the end of it, and quite a lot of positional changing going on behind the front two, which are pretty much cemented, but interesting to see who's getting better at this point and who's getting more tired and tailing off towards the end. There doesn't seem to be as many fast lap times coming in at this stage of qualifying as there was about 2 hours ago when we were doing qualifying one.
Yeah, very much the case, Ewan, because the way things are going, Simoncic just I think just decided to bring out the Grim Reaper and sound the death bell, and literally just put in a 7:58.3, which in terms of the real life lap record, which is 9/10 quicker, Simoncic has just gone, he saw Rochek and went, hold my beer, and just literally has had no one to really challenge him as such. So it's going to be rather interesting how that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's very interesting as well to see how things have changed over these couple of sessions. Obviously, that doesn't really apply to Burst Esports. They've just been at the front the whole time. But, teams like Rookie Monsters, who did well in the first one, not so well in the second session. Simcoe, only 8th place or 9th place in the first session, and they're up inside the top 5 right now. So I think it's very interesting to see how these different teams have developed over the 2 sessions. As I've just seen Matthew De Croc come over the line for One Move Esports. He's in the 31 right now, and he's just moved up to 9th place with a 8-minute 8.4, and that's a very clumped up part of the field as well, because from Nello Pastoriano in 8th place down to DISSR Lab in 10th, there's 3 cars separated by exactly 1/10 of a second, which is very, very close indeed, and we're seeing a lot of those clumps of cars, which makes me very, very excited for the race, that we're going to have clumps of battles to watch all throughout the 24 hours, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah, I've just seen that the number 31 of One Move Esports has now got Guillaume Mas behind the wheel. As now Pastorino is just under a second behind Ron Zooks in the number 16. And every single team out of the 15 out of the 16, there's one missing. That's ProSim, that had that massive, excruciatingly painful drive back to the pits. But Pastorino now coming through Tiergarten and through Nordkerhe onto the start and finish, and decides to exit stage right straight into the pit lane. And what was even more interesting is that Pastorino was personal best in Sector 1, but lost the best part of well over 13 or so seconds in Sector 2, and that's why Pastorino decided to abort, I think.
Yeah, no coming back from that kind of time loss in a field as competitive as this. But we just saw on the stream a bit of snacking going on down at DISSR Lab. They've got the pit wall going on because, of course, they are in the same location. And good to get a view as to what those guys are up to throughout the 24 hours. And I presume we're going to see some very, very tired faces this time in about 24 hours time. We're going to be getting to that stage in the race where people do start to get a little bit tired, and I'm sure they are at this point even in qualifying, because it is edging towards midnight Central European time, and there's a pretty short turnaround for the race, which kicks off in 12 hours and 15 minutes time. So there are going to be some very, very tight races by the time we get to midday on Sunday. But Martin Mergeli is just coming over the line right now. I'm going to see if he can improve any. I don't think he will, and no, he does not. He's got 3.3 seconds up to Giuseppe Pastore, and that is a big gap to really bridge, and I think the top 6 are really running away from the rest of the field at this point. Anybody outside of the top 6 is going to do very, very well to infiltrate it at this late stage.
Yeah, looks like that wasn't that was from Roland Zux. I don't think that was more like an outlap. So actually on board with Giuseppe Pastore again, and the Italian trying to do his level best is actually just over 2.5 tenths behind Balázs Kiss in the 1:23, and that's the Simcoe car that we saw in the barriers quite a few times in the first session. But it seems like they gathered themselves together for session 2. Now, Balázs Kiss was 9th in the first session, but now is P5. Did an 8-minute 3.789. Which was actually just over 0.66 of a second slower than the Q1 time. So it looks like Balázs Kiss might have heard what I said earlier on, being a bit more consistent when it comes to the nighttime qualifying, as now looks like James Dewey's got back behind the wheel of the number 64 car. And that's going to be rather interesting, because now Jano Simoncic, with around about, just under 30 minutes of the session to go, has decided to stay in the pits. Now, that says to me one or two things, and as I say that, Simoncic exits out of pit lane on cue. So now, the commentator's curse, courtesy of, the Anglo-German in the commentary team, whoops, I think Simoncic, if I'm going to be honest here, could now possibly go for if he does, a high 757. I don't think that's within the realms of non-possibility at all. I think that's in the realms of possibility 100%, but it's just about how far Jano Simoncic is going to push that envelope. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep an eye on him for the next few minutes and see how much he wrestles with that car over his hot lap.
It's going to be, when we get round to his hot lap in the moment, it does seem like he's responding ever so slightly, but I still don't think there's any need to be worried down Bursties. And I don't think they are worried indeed, but just pushing for the best lap time possible. I saw Casper Henningsen, I think it was Casper Henningsen tomorrow, wasn't it? Saying earlier on, it was Jesper Pedersen, who's not driving this year, but contributed to the team's victory back in 2020. He was kind of joking in the YouTube chat and teasing Jano Simoncic almost that there was 2.5 seconds left in that time, and so that was pretty amusing to read. But he's kind of teasing his teammate a little bit there. I suppose there's just nothing to lose for Jano Simoncic. If it was in real life, you might think, keep your car in the garage, don't damage it, don't ruin it, because it's a great car, and you don't want to have all this work to do overnight or potentially damage your chances of even racing tomorrow. But in the sim racing world, that's not really an issue. You just get a new car immediately in the qualifying. If you get it back to the pit lane, obviously you can get a new car, and for tomorrow obviously you get a brand spanking new car as well. So there's just nothing to lose for Jano Simoncic at the moment, and I guess that he's just thinking, why not try and go a bit faster? And it's going to be entertaining to see him trying to break the 5:58 barrier, which I didn't think we'd be saying.
5? Have you?
Seven. Sorry.
You've been looking at that comment too closely there. That's why another 2 minutes came off at the time there, Ewan. But yeah, I'm riding on board, and I'm just keeping an eye on. I'm going to switch between trackside and on board, because I want to see how quickly I mean, I'd love to go in cockpit, but obviously I might show a few graphics down at the bottom which we don't really need to see at the minute, but just looking at it, it's rather smooth, and when they say it's looking slow, it normally is quite fast, and this is pretty clean from Jano Simoncic at the moment. And again, just the amount of visibility, it's just absolutely frightening. I mean, he's using very, very little curb at the best of times, and he's now just he's just absolutely flooring it. He's manhandling this Audi, and it's working with him. It's not working against him. That's why I've got a real possibility of a feeling that here that Yanni Simoncic will have, if he's got another 4/10 in the bag, that's going to be a 7-minute 57.961. That would be an incredible lap time, and that would also be the fastest lap time out of anybody. That would be the only two drivers from Burst Esports. They've both broken the 8-minute barrier. Simoncic has gone one further and gone, right, 7:59, that's gone. Could he be going for that all-important 7:57? He's aborted the lap. Because there was, I think that was Zoltan Varkonyi actually went past, so he's aborted the lap. But he's still got time. He's still got time to play with. 25 and a half minutes. Simoncic could still build up to an emphatic crescendo, and we possibly might see a 7:57 tonight.
Quite possibly, yeah, we'll see though, because I believe he is on that outlap at the moment, setting himself up. We've still got 25 minutes to go in this session, by the way, so still 3 laps for these guys to get around. So if you're on a lap time right now, there's still chance to get back round into the pit lane and get back out there all the way around on an outlap for those final times to come in. Yeah, we'll make sure that we try and keep abreast of all of those as they come in here in the very last moments. But I'm on board with Roland Zux at the moment, because he's flying through the France Garden towards Robin Swats at the moment, just to try and get up the order a little bit unsettled actually. He was going downhill on the jump there. Currently in 7th place is Roland, and 3.3 seconds behind 6th place, which is going to be a very, very difficult gap to bridge. But Zux is a little bit faster, I would argue, than Martin Mergley, who was driving that car a little bit earlier on, and I think that car still has a little bit of time in it, although the Kleiner Carousel, he didn't quite get into the bottom of it quite as good as he needed to, because when you do that, you kind of get your inside wheels kind of hooked in that flatter section right in the bottom of that curve, and you can really kind of zip your car around and rotate it quite nicely. But it didn't seem like Roland Zux was able to do that quite as efficiently as he would have liked to, but this lap time still may be good enough for him. He may improve ever so slightly, and any improvement is going to bring his average lap time down just a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for any extra position.
Right, in the meantime, the 717 of Unison Racing's Roman Jakubovic has closed the gap to James Juba. He's just putting in an 8-minute 1.506. And that is just under 7.5 tenths off of his lap time in the previous session. So, as you were, how's about this? Top 4, exactly the same. So it is the 94 of Burst Esports, this time with Yanni Simoncic, the 64 of James Juba from VRS Satellite Racing, Unison Racing's Roman Jakubovic, and then Unison Racing's number 2 McLaren with Zoltan Varkonyi behind the wheel. And that's exactly the same as what we've had. However, the differentials between the teams was 1.739 seconds after first qualifying, with around about 22 and 3/4 minutes to go, Ewan. The top 4 covered by 4.3 seconds. So I think now the fight is going to be between the 64, the 717, and the 2. Whoever comes out on top, or whoever provides the best lap time, if it's quicker than an 8-minute 0.5, that could possibly determine who lines up on the front row alongside Burst Esports tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be difficult for anybody to get in front of Satellite here, I have to be honest, because Unison started 5 tenths down, so they've got to actually beat them by 5 tenths, which I think is going to be a tough challenge for them. Jakubovic is a very good driver, but whether he's going to be able to do that or not is another issue. Still got just over 20 minutes to go here in qualifying, so there is time for an outlap for Zuba and Jakubovic, and then a proper lap as well, but nothing more than that really. So they're just waiting it out ever so slightly for the moment. Zoltan Varkonyi is coming down the Dossinger Ho at the moment though, and he's 1.2 seconds down, and Jakubovic will see if he can improve. And in the meantime, meantime, Roland Zooks did improve on his last lap time as well. He's still 7th in this session, but he's reduced that gap. He's actually taken nearly 2 seconds off of that lap time, so it's an 8-minute 5.4 right now. And Giuseppe Pastore is getting his position a little bit more under fire, although he is out there as well right now. Although I'm looking at Zoltan Bargini once again coming out the final corner. He goes into the pit lane, clearly not that impressed with the lap time he was producing.
Yeah, just keeping an eye now on Guillaume Mas in the 31 One Move Esports Audi, now out on a hot lap and is trying to send that Audi through the twisty stuff roundabout now. And Jesper Pedersen's already made a request YouTube chat on board with Jannic's next flying lap, please. I need to count the mistakes. Well, to be honest with you, who knows? We might be able to provide that for you, but we're going to concentrate on other drivers. And yeah, it's going to be rather impressive how Guillaume Mas commits through to this circuit as we go into the depths of the night. And still, once again, track temperature still 6 degrees Celsius. The track temperature is still 23 degrees Celsius. So there has been no rainfall. We missed it by about 1 kilometre. And as our weather oracle, Mr. Peter Moncon, told us a bit earlier on when he was discussing it during the ad breaks. But less than 20 minutes to go. Can One Move Esports improve their position? Because in qualifying session 1, Mathieu Descours and Ludovic Foyer actually managed to get the car to P11. But now at the moment it's currently P9, and this could help their aggregate qualifying, as Ewan said and alluded to a bit earlier on, that the results will be officially posted on the GTR24H website, which you can find at gtr24h.org. So Guillaume Mas has to find just under 3/4 of a tenth of a second to get past. And that sounded like an exaltation, a sharp intake of breath there, Ewan O'Leary. Please update me.
It was, I was on board with Jone Simicic there, and going into the kind of link between the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit and the Nordschleife, and getting out onto the Hatzenbach. There's a big slide coming through that left-hander. He gathered it up nicely, but not ideal for a lap time. It's really fighting that car. It seems very, very twitchy. And I have to say, not a car I'd want to drive for 24 hours, but that's exactly what they're embarking on tomorrow. Although that's pushed to the back of his mind right now. I did see faint tail lights of a car in front. I'm not entirely sure if that car came into the pit lane because I can no longer see it, but you know, any car that's out there, even if within 5 seconds of Simicic here, is probably going to be caught, to be honest. So I think I can still see some. Oh, there it is on the right hand side, excuse me, one of the Corvettes just getting out of the way nicely. I feared that there might be 2 cars going pretty much nose to tail, both on a lap here, but that doesn't look like that is the case. And so Simicic has got a clear road in front of him right now to really go for this, and it does look like he's pushing. I think this is going to be for the final time in this session, although there may be time actually, if he wants to, he can go out for another outlap after this one and get pretty much the very last lap in if he wants to, but I don't think he'll want to or need to after this lap.
You know what's really, really funny, in many respects, the rev limiter on this car, this Audi, right, get this, 8,800 RPM. I've seen Simicic revving pardon my French here, revving the absolute nuts off this car. He's been hitting as high as 8,650 RPM whilst shoving that car through the gearbox. He's pushing like crazy. I mean, going into this corner, he's like 7,700 RPM, 8,300 RPM. Depending on how hard he's pressing that accelerator, he's absolutely wringing that car by the scruff of its neck. And that 5.2 litre V10 naturally aspirated car that produces 552 brake horsepower and 550 Newton meters of torque is absolutely howling to the moon and back, courtesy of Jone Simicic.
Yeah, he is pushing fairly hard. I have to say, there has been a couple of moments where he's been a little bit out of shape, but for the most part, it has been a pretty good lap time. And there's always, you can never say that you did a perfect lap, even around a normal circuit. Definitely not around the Nordschleife, but there definitely is a couple of moments around this circuit where he has been a little bit over the edge and made a couple of mistakes. I guess there a little bit, but oversteer seems to be a part of this car's DNA. It's very, very twitchy. I've seen this in multiple sims, not too much in real life, but although the GT3 cars all seem to behave slightly the same, if I'm honest, in real life, for whatever reason, and they're very stable. They've got ABS and traction control, and so it seems to be almost impossible to crash them in real life, especially when you've got professional drivers at hand. But in multiple sims I've seen, the Audi is especially twitchy around these corners, very, very oversteery, and I have to say, not a car that's often desirable, I would say, for 24-hour driving. You want nice, steady and controlled for a 24-hour race, and not completely on the edge and wild, which is what we're seeing right now. It could pay off for them. They could just drive all the other teams into the ground pretty much with their pace and just win the race on brute force almost, or they could make a big mistake and their race could end very, very dramatically. We'll just have to wait and see. But I have to say, it does look very, very nervy, that car, unless they've got something up their sleeve for the race.
Yeah, just keeping an eye now on Lee Russell a little bit, and he's just had a bit of an off-track excursion, unfortunately. Commentator's curse once again. Oh God, why does it always happen to me? Hopefully it happens to you, Seth. I'm just going to say this right now. Full on sideways from Jörne Simoncic. Oh my goodness, how on God's green earth did he manage to hold on to that one? All right, breaking news here. The first sector from Jörne Simoncic, all right, with 14 and a half minutes or just under to go. He's just done the first sector. It is the quickest of qualifying over both sections so far. All right, get this. 4 minutes, 11.824. He's quicker by nearly half a second over his first attempt. And now that puts Simoncic provisionally on course for a high 7 minutes, 57 second lap time. We'll get an understanding of this when he goes through into the Döttinger Höhe. He's just gone through the mini carousel. And now this is where the real hard work begins, because now Jörne Simoncic absolutely
wide.
He's lost it. That was coming out of Geigenkopf onto the Döttinger Höhe, and all that hard work Simoncic had done a 2 minute 56.1 in sector 2. He was on course for it, and now I think he's now he put so much energy into that. Look at the instant replay here. Just the way he came through into Schwabenschwanz, into the Kleines Karussell, and then coming out of Geigenkopf, the car drifted to the left, the back end steps out, and all of a sudden, Jörne Simoncic was a mere passenger. Even he couldn't hold on to that one, but he's still going to bring the car down into the pit lane. I think apart from panel damage, I think after that Herculean attempt, I think Simoncic's pride might be slightly dented, but we were on course for one hell of a lap this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just went a tiny bit wide, didn't he, through that particular corner there, and through Geigenkopf, and he just couldn't quite gather it up, got onto the grass ever so slightly, and it was a difficult moment for him. Went out wide, and even if he gathered it up there and didn't go into the wall, his run onto the Döttinger Höhe may well have been ruined, and he might not have improved by very much anyway. It's a real shame to see. We've seen some great drivers come unstuck there in the past, even in this qualifying session we saw James Zuber in Q1. That almost exactly the same thing happened to him when he was up on a push lap. So yeah, it can be very, very easily done, and we've just seen it there from Simičić. He's into the pit lane now. There is still over 10 minutes to go, so there is time for him if he wants to, and he's leaving the pit lane again right now. There is time. He's going to use it. One more attempt for Jurnej Simičić as James Zuber is starting a lap time right now. Roman Jakubovic is going slowly at the Tiergarten. He is setting up for his final lap time right now as well.
Right, well, I've just seen Prosim, the Bentley, is currently in 14th in this session. I'll try and see if I can run on board with them, which I've just been able to do. Going down the Duttinger, heading down into Antonius Bucher, and then into Tiergarten before the Nordschleife, which is the last. It's pretty much the chicane that brings you onto the start-finish straight here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And what's more, Prosim, their best lap in this session, an 8-minute 12.8. Looks to be a remarkable improvement, obviously with their 20-minute excursion coming back into the pit lane after massive damage in Sector 1. Goes across the line, and Prosim go P12, 8-minute 9.920.
Good time for them, and a bit of an improvement as well. Pushes, interestingly, Rookie Monsters down again, which is a real shame for those guys. But yeah, things are starting to close up a little bit really in the midfield. They were quite spread out throughout the middle of that session, but now we're getting towards the end. Everybody's starting to get their eye in a little bit, and it's all closing right up together. We've got just over 10 minutes of qualifying still to go, and in terms of the big hitters, I believe Zoltan Varkingi, Roman Jakubovic and James Zuber are all on their final lap times right now. If Jakubovic, I think all four of them actually, Simičić included, have one more lap time involved in this, but yeah, there's some serious pushing going on right now.
Yeah, very much the case. As now, so Simičić is going to now start building up for that one lap. Now, there was a lot of people that were wanting to see that lap from Jurnej Simičić. I think one of the things what we need to do is we need to have a chat with him. Looks like we're going to have an instant replay earlier on. Now, this is James Zuber coming through into the twisty stuff, a little bit of curb, and this is going to wind up a little bit, but it's just like I think there was a sharp intake of breath by our producer Peter Moncol. He just like literally in other words, "Are you crazy?" was what quickly followed, which brought a little chuckle inside, obviously. But now, I'm just going on board with Simičić just to see how he's winding up to this lap, because we've got 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And the biggest thing that he's got to do now is just to build some temperature into the brakes, which then will heat the carcass of the alloy wheel, and then will heat the carcass of the rubber on each of those corners on that car. And then he'll be ready to go up to full speed as James Zuber looks to be motoring on. He's got looks to be the dysfunctional racing team car just up ahead.
Yeah.
And Zuber really needs to clear that car quickly, and that's got Cole Lewis behind the wheel, and that's really hampered.
Oh gosh.
Goodness me.
That was very close. That was very, very close.
That is not what you want now.
No.
James Zuber. Oh my goodness! He nearly threaded the eye of the needle through on that one. James Zuber is the luckiest man alive right now. That was the Glam Racing 404 Aston Martin, I believe. Like literally, hang on a second. I've just seen a massive off, and that was Unison Racing. Again, they've been in the trenches. Oh my goodness me! The 777 is going to have an absolute nightmare once around the clock. They really had a real difficulty in trying to tame this track. Well, you can never tame this track. And ask, if you were able to ask the late Sabine Schmitz, she's done over like 30,000 laps around this circuit and won the Nürburgring 24 hours twice in her career. And
Sorry. I mean,
I finished what I was saying.
I was just going to say about that moment for James Zuber. Really, he was pushing on that lap, seemed to be going for it. It's just a case of, does he have another lap of fuel in that car? Does he have enough? Did he plan ahead for having another go at this at the end? I reckon he may well do, but I guess we'll have to see if he comes into the pit lane at the end of this lap or not, because he is going to get round in time. But there are a number of drivers out there at the moment who are improving. Zoltan Barking, he was getting quite sideways power act through there as he plunges downhill at the moment toward another big slide coming through at the left-right chicane there. He's right on the edge at the moment. We're seeing the product of these guys pushing right on a nice edge at the moment. They are dancing over the blades almost as they go around this circuit right now, sliding it all throughout these corners. You will not be seeing this very much tomorrow throughout the 24 hours. You do not want to be this close to the edge, but these guys, now that they've got their lap times in, they're happy with them. They're just looking for any bonuses that they can get, and they're really wringing the necks of these cars to try and find any tenth really that they can find, and that's why we're seeing so much sliding going on, which is so abnormal. We don't normally see this, but it's great to see them so far almost over the edge.
Yeah, and then some. I mean, James Juba, Varcogni sideways completely to the left going through Hort 8. I mean, of all the places on Nordschleife, I can understand coming out of Geigenkopf, but you've got to watch out for the barriers we saw with Jone Simoncic on his previous attempt, where he was blitzing the laps, the sector times like nobody's business. Varcogni, I think, has probably degraded those rear tyres a little bit more than he probably wanted to, but that wasn't for the want of trying, because now we have, 5 minutes to go, and the way things are going at the minute, Jone Simoncic is building and waiting as we've got the number 777 of Unison Racing out on track. I think it's been clattering with the barriers a bit, having a bit of a pro-sim sympathy vote, but this time on the right-hand side of the track. And that's going. That nearly missed the pit lane entrance. Anyone might remember that a GT4 BMW M4 actually hit the inside part of the barriers, and that smacked the bonnet up onto the front windscreen whilst trying to negotiate a pit stop, which actually went viral, if I'm completely honest here. But Unison Racing limping the car back to the pits now will go into the garage. But the driver that we really need to keep our eyes on, I think, Ewan.
Yeah.
I think we need to do a double team on this. I'll go trackside. You go on board with Jone Simoncic, because I think now we have to concentrate on this, because this lap could be one to watch and one to savour, because now Simoncic is coming through. I'm just waiting to see where he is at the moment. He's just come through the Kleine Karussell at this particular moment, and then we'll come through Geigenkopf, which will be the right-hander that will bring him onto the Dottinger Höhe very shortly. And it's a sweeping right-hander that then puts them onto the straightaway, and a good exit this time coming out of Geigenkopf on this particular occasion. So now Simoncic will, we could have seen a 7-minute 57. Are we still going to see one? The person that can only answer that is Simoncic right now, and he's up to full speed down the Dottinger Höhe, coming through into Tiergarten and then into Nordkirche before going across the stripe to start his final flying lap of the session. And this one could be a treat. So, ladies and gentlemen, grab a hold of something and come along for the ride with the one, the only Jone Simoncic. Let's see what happens on a hot lap as the Audi now crosses the stripe.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to see what he can do on this lap right now, and it is certainly going to be something special. Just to update you as well, as we watch this really special lap that we're hoping it's going to be, Zuber came into the pit lane at the end of that lap time. I'm afraid we're going to see no more from him in this session until tomorrow. Roman Jakubovic did improve slightly as well with an 8-minute 1.0, and so he's in third at the moment. And at the end of the session, we will update you on any other lap times that have improved over the next 8 minutes or so, but the time is really ticking down now. 2 minutes to go in this session. Simincic is going to get this lap in nice and easy. He's onto the Grand Prix circuit right now, heading down towards the Dunlop hairpin, right at the very bottom of the circuit, the very south end of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's going to be heading back uphill towards the Schumacher S and towards the end of the GP circuit. This track almost seems easy compared to what is coming after it at the Nordschleife section. That doesn't mean Simincic is pushing any less hard. Indeed, bouncing it across the curbs through that fast left-right chicane and then another left-right chicane here, heading it out on towards the very, very fast chicane towards the end of this lap. It's a bit onto the gravel though as he goes downhill now. That's an arguably very, very important corner because it's a fairly long straight there. You don't really want to be clipping the gravel, and that's what he's just done, spoiling his run slightly, but he's going to try and make up the time in any kind of space that he can really. This is the corner where he had a lot of oversteer on the entry last time. It seems that he's hit the apex a lot better on this occasion. Heads now onto the Nordschleife and towards the Hatzenbach.
Yeah, so he's just exit Hatzenbach and down through into Herneichen and then through in towards Flugplatz at full speed and full commitment. So Jesper Pedersen's already putting the jokes out already. 7 minute 55.8 incoming, please. Well, Jesper, let's see how close Jene Simincic gets towards that, because now he's mounting the curves in order to give a bit of purchase to that car. Now we go into the night, right, literally into the night, because there are no floodlights where Jene Simincic is at the moment, as he's up to full speed, now heading through into Flugplatz, and now into Kopborn, and then Schwedenkreuz, absolutely fully committed, now through into Arenberg before Poststrasse, and then Fuchsrohr before the Adenauer Forst. Adenauer, which is where the late Sabine Schmitz was born 52 years ago to this day, if she was still with us. God rest her soul and Ruhe in Frieden, Sabine. Now into Metzgersfeld, then into Kallenhardt, and then the real twistiness comes here. Kallenhardt, Verseifen, Exmüller, and then Breitscheid before Bergwerk, which will be the next big right-hander that then Nyon comes back onto itself before Kesselchen, and then Mutkerva. But at the moment, Jene Simincic is doing his level best. He hasn't crossed the intermediate time beam for Sector 1, but let's see if it is going to be good enough. Will it start flashing purple? If he does a 4 minute 11.8 that we saw in the previous attempts, he will be on course for a pretty special lap. And even if he gets just outside of the high 7 minute 57s, as now the timer has struck zero, the session has pretty much ended, but Jene Simincic is not holding back. He started getting back together with the car. Man and machine as one, and this could be rather special from Burst Esports heading into tomorrow's event here, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe there might be a little bit of traffic here for Simincic, but hopefully not on this occasion. I think the Unison Racing 777 may be in the way, but he's heading towards Exmüller at the moment. This is the left-hander, and then the right at Exmüller. So we head towards Bergwerk in a moment's time. It's looking pretty good. I have to say, it's looking more controlled than it was on the last occasion. Last time we saw Jene Simincic out here, he was quite ragged, quite all over the place. But on this occasion, I think he's just ever so slightly more controlled and ever so slightly more considered, just driving a little bit better in my humble opinion, I guess, and not the best exit onto the Kesselchen kind of curve to the left hand side. It was pretty decent though, not perfect, but when can you ever say that a lap is perfect around the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Almost never. We're about to get the first sector time in, and hopefully he is on course for a really good lap time.
He's more than on course, 4 minutes 11.5. That's 3/10 up. He's on course for it. You might see that I've just been informed by our production team over in Denmark. We've still got about 19 minutes because there's still to go because of the server restart. So Simincic is up by well over 3/10 in the first sector on that lap that could have got him into the 7:57s. Now he's into the full carousel before heading towards Hohe Acht, and this is looking rather special. And when he comes out of Galgenkopf, That will be the second intermediate, but he's got a car up ahead. It's one of the Unison Racing cars. I think that could be the 777. Needs to get out of the way and does so. Very good astute driving there. But Jurnej Simoncic is absolutely flying. That car is nigh on drifting, but it's in perfect harmony. Simoncic has got this down to a T at the minute, but there's still quite a bit of this circuit still to go, and I think he's just coming through Brunchen at the minute, which he will be doing now. So into the next right-hander, nice and neat and tidy, a little bit of curve there, runs it out to the left-hand side, back to the right for Ice Curver, and now into the first part of Flansgarten. He's using all of the curve and then some. He even touched both right wheels on the grass. Simoncic, he's not an alien, he's rather an animal right now, because he's just gone through over the second part of Flansgarten, now into Schwabenstrand before the Kleines Karussell, which will then bring him into the final parts of the circuit. I think at the end of this lap I might have my head in my hands, probably the defibrillator on standby, because this now, into Schwabenstrand comes Jurnej Simoncic, and then it will be the Kleine Karussell before Galgenkopf, and then we will get the second intermediate up. So we've updated the countdown on the live stream. 17 minutes still to go. Out onto the final part of the circuit through Galgenkopf. This time, much neater. 1:75. That's a 1 minute 55.6. He's on course for it.
Oh, yeah.
From the Dottinger Höhe, and he's now well up to speed. So he should be bouncing off the rev limiter in top gear, 6th gear, at the end of the Dottinger Höhe, going into Tiergarten at around about the speed increasing. It's going to hit to probably the best part of maybe 280 kilometers an hour. Jurnej Simoncic now heads in towards Tiergarten. The last lap set by him was a 7 minute 58.361. He comes out of Nordschleife. Let's see, is the 7 minute 58 second barrier going to be broken by the 94 Burst Esports car? And it's happened. 7 minutes 56.8. Wow, that even beats the lap record by Mark Busseng and Marcus Winkelhock from September 2014. Jurnej Simoncic has absolutely thrown everyone under the bus and then some. Well done. Oh,
that was
goodness.
Really, really amazing from Jurnej Simoncic. He's 3.7 seconds clear of the field right now. That's how good of a lap time that was from him, and that will seal the deal now. Even though there are a good 15 minutes to go, you know, there's absolutely no need to do anything else now, and I don't know if there is any more time in that car just for the moment. So yeah, truly astonishing from Jurnej Simoncic, and Martin Murgeli of Mugen Sim Racing even asking him to stop, which is fairly amusing, but it's just completely unbelievable from Simoncic, and yeah, obviously we're all just in amazement really as to what this man has achieved around there at the moment. So yeah, fantastic lap time. That should be it from Simoncic now, and unless he decides to go out again, which I'd be very surprised about. But yeah, astonishing lap time, very, very well deserved, and it looks like he's going to be pole position for Burst.
Oh my god, you know what, John Fabricius Tunnel has just put something in the YouTube chat. I've got to mention this. That Audi needs to be exchanged after this race with all that screaming. What it was, screaming like a banshee in the night, bouncing off that 8,800 RPM rev limiter. I don't know what to say. I am absolutely, truly speechless, having called the last bit of that lap. Wow.
Yeah. Very, 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 very good lap time indeed. By the way, Henry Sinnick getting into the satellite racing 64. So we'll see if what he can do here in qualifying. How long have we got left? About 15 minutes to go here in qualifying. Even less than that, actually. 13 and a half, just under to go here in qualifying. We haven't had one for a fair amount of time, so we're going to take a quick commercial break just before the end of the session here. And when we return, Henry Sinnick will be out there on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, among others, tearing around there at the end of qualifying too. You're watching the GTR24H Nürburgring 24 hours. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, after the doors were blown off quite literally by Jurny Simoncic with a 7-minute 56 .826 lap time. That puts basically Burst Esports in prime position to start on pole position for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 24 hours here on GTR24H with Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary. Quite literally, well, I was rendered speechless, Ewan, but at least I've now been able to compose, get my breath back, just take stock of what's happened. I think the word wow is an understatement for that.
Yeah, the word "wow" is quite appropriate, among other words. It's just quite remarkable from Simoncic. It really was. In the meantime, in the last few moments, actually, just as we've come back to air, Zoltan Varking, he has actually gone faster, an 8-minute 1.2 from him. He wasn't actually doing that well in the first sector, but clearly his last two sectors have been very, very good, and he has managed to get an improvement on the lap time. I'm afraid it's not quite an improvement of position, and with the time remaining, is he going to be able to get round again? I doubt it. Under 8 minutes, so unless this is another lap time from him, unless he's put enough fuel in the car for that, then there's going to be no more improvement from Zoltan Varginyi, and anyone who crosses the line now is starting their final lap time. I think Jakubovic is going to be one of the last to start a lap time, we'll work it out as time goes on, but I think we are going to see another assault from Simoncic as he even chases down a 7-minute 55, which Jesper Pedersen thinks he can manage.
Oh my goodness. I think what I need after this, and I've said this before when I've had moments like that, is I need a dark room, I need a bed to lie down on, and I need my tablets, and I need to be shut away for a few hours. That's exactly what Yannick Simoncic's lap has sort of like made me utter. And it doesn't happen that often. But what this does really give us is a real anticipation of what is to come tomorrow. And to be honest with you, I think everyone is looking forward to it. The whole GTR24H team, which includes Peter and John over in Denmark, who again steering the ship as always, and there's a lot of exciting things to come. We'll obviously give you an idea of again give you a little bit of a teaser. Obviously very much the case that the fastest lap in qualifying gets some Azatec water cooling, so Yannick Simoncic has definitely secured that in more ways than one this evening, and there is Peter on the live stream waving to you all at home. But yeah, lots of things in the pipeline. Obviously, the events coming up very, very soon. We've got the Nürburgring 12 hours, which starts on the 24th of June. So the commencement, once again, it's round 4 of the GTR24H EEWC. Then we have the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours, which will be held between the 26th and the 29th of August. And then we'll have our season finale between the 27th and the 31st of October, the 24 hours of Le Mans. And it will be an absolute barnstormer because free practice, open practice starts on the 27th of October. And hopefully that will be a LAN event, and hopefully we will see many of you there in Denmark as well, obviously with regards to the current situation ongoing around the globe. But still, 5 minutes to go, and Simoncic is crossing the line once again. On cue. Like the minute we've uttered Simoncic, you and I, we have said, yeah, Simoncic. And as we said that, he's either started a hot lap or he's exited out of the pit lane. And he's done that, exiting out of the pit lane, to the pair of us tonight in Q2.
Yeah, he's out there again and trying to get that 55, it looks like, out there at the moment, which really would be remarkable. This is going to be his last lap time of the day for Burst Esports. It's not quite going to be the last lap time of the day. I'm going to try and work out who that's going to go to, but I think it might even be Glam Racing. There's still 4.5 minutes to go, though, and plenty of time for somebody else like James Zuber, actually, who's out there at the moment, to try and get around again. And I believe he may even be the last man to settle lap time. But Yannick Simoncic is the man we're focusing on because he is just driving so well at the moment, and there's no reason to suggest that he's going to slow down at any point. It's a different case in the race. I think the race is going to be extremely close tomorrow, but Simicic's qualifying pace is really second to none, and so this is what's allowing him to do that at the moment. I think Satellite Racing are going to give him a much better run for his money during the race while they got the consistency across the drivers. I know that Burst Esport have got an incredibly strong team to go off of as well, but I think that Satellite Racing are really going to be able to match them throughout the 24 hours this coming weekend. It's going to be a good race, and even what are Varga going to bring to the table this weekend? We just don't know. But let's just enjoy this absolute masterclass from Joni Simicic now. In all of its glories, he goes on to the hats and back once again for the final time in this qualifying session. And yet, this is going to be something special to watch.
Yeah, well, you keep your eyes on Joni Simicic. It looks like you've got a yellow out in Sector 1, as I'm keeping my eyes on James Juba, who is just coming through Kleines Karussell and now into Galgenkopf. So he will cross the line. I'm just going to keep an eye on him because he's 3.7 seconds off of Joni Simicic with that lap, but James Juba hasn't actually been that far behind in his own right. His first lap in Q1, an 8 minute 2.75, and then in this lap, this particular occasion, he's done an 8 minutes 0.587. So now he's got to really try and do the business a little bit here and get a wriggle on and see how he gets on this particular occasion. So yeah, it'll just be dependent because we've now got just about 2.5 less than 2.5 minutes to go, and it's the battle of Juba versus Simicic, but the battle has pretty much gone into the favour of the number 94, as Juba, with just under 2 minutes to go, starts his final lap of qualifying.
He does indeed, and he's going to be the final man to come across the line as well. So we'll be looking out for that Satellite Racing car a little bit later on. We'll be looking out for Simicic, of course. Roman Kubic is out there as well right now, the Russian driver, currently only half a second down on James Zuber, so there could be a pretty good race on between those guys. And I think that the positions aren't going to change. Even if Kubic slightly jumps over Zuber, I don't think it's going to change much in terms of the actual qualifying start order for this race. So we'll leave that one alone for a little bit while we try and look at everybody really as they come across the line. We've kind of ignored the rest of the field almost in all this kind of madness we've seen in the last few moments. But Giuseppe Pastore has been improving in the last few moments. He's got up to 5th place with an 8 minute 3.2, and just half a second behind him is Roland Zooks, who's also been improving for Mugen Sim Racing. Belos Kish, I'm afraid, has been falling back. He set a very good lap time earlier on, but I'm afraid he's not really been able to improve on it, and that's the kind of danger with being so good at the start of the session. I guess you could just get nowhere afterwards, and he's in the garage right now. Nothing he can do at this point to improve on 7th place, but that's still a decent enough result. We're focusing on those front to 3 drivers though, really. Simicic, Zuber, Jakubic, 3 of the absolute greats on R-Factor 2, especially in endurance racing, and it's just really, really special to see what these guys can do. I'm currently watching Joni Simicic on board, because where else would you want to be really at the Nürburgring in the night? Will he be able to get this 55 or not? That's what we're all waiting for with bated breath. I absolutely cannot wait to see whether he's going to be able to manage this or not. It's going to be difficult for him to do so, of course, but there's absolutely no reason to suggest that he can't, because it's Joni Simicic and it's seemingly he can do anything at the moment.
Well, I've got a bit of news to tell you, Ewan. He's just done a 4 minutes 11.3 flat through Sector 1. He's quicker than the previous time. Simicic is gunning for it. He's going to try and do his level best. As I'm just sticking with Juba at the moment. The Corvette going nigh on sideways through certain parts of the circuit, but he's not going to give up. He's going to keep on fighting. Simicic. That's going to be an impressive lap from him, depending on what he brings to the party. But I'm just going to keep an eye out for the intermediate for James Juba for Sector 1, because he's trying to push that Corvette, but the Audi seems to be rather planted. So it looks like I think Juba's going towards Metzgersfeld. and then through into Callenhard. So through the left-hander, up through the right, and through the next left, and then onto the curbing, and through to the next right-hander, using a lot of curb as well, was James Juba. So that's...
He's gathered it up. Simoncic, big slide for Brunchen, and I really thought he was going to be off the road, but big slide, and he's gathered it up somehow. So it seems that this lap time is still on for him. Whether he's going to do it or not is another matter, but he's still at least on the road. How much time he's lost, I'm not entirely sure. I think a 55 might be out of the question unless something really special can happen in the final sector. But that was a good save from Simoncic. That could have easily ended up in the barriers, and that's what we've seen from the Audi all day, really. It's not the most planted car in the world. It can swap ends on you very, very quickly. Simoncic has gathered it up, though, as he's going to come across the second sector line in a few moments' time. We'll get a bit of a view as to what that is now, but he's going to have to be producing something very, very special in the final sector if he wants to get this 55 that he is longing for.
Well, he's just done a 2-minute 55.8 in sector 2, so he has lost time. James Juba just did a 4-minute 13.4 in sector 1, so, and that is not a personal best. Juba has been wrestling with that Corvette, so that is not going to... I think that basically has sealed the fate of doom for everybody else apart from Burst Esports. But Yerny Simoncic now has to try and push the envelope, and he's going flat out at the moment, and he's now going through in towards Tiergarten for what's going to be the final time, because the timer has now hit 0, and I'm just waiting. 7 minutes 16.7. Wow. He's gone quicker by just over a tenth of a second. And that is it. That sealed the deal. So Simoncic did wrestle that back, and he put a 49.586 in sector 3. Well, that's pretty much secured it, and now we just we wait for James Juba to complete his final attempt here at the Nordschleife, because very soon, as soon as he comes through the Linus Carousel, again, he's wrestling with that Corvette. That Corvette's not doing what he wants to do. He wants to try and point it one way, and the Corvette tries to, have a bit of a tail-happy moment at the back end. And again, he's trying to push that car to the limit. He knows that he's not going to get anywhere as close as he'd like to towards Yerny Simoncic, but he's going to give it a damn good effort. And now heading into the next right-hander, and now through into the next one. This is Brunchen, he's coming through before the left-hander here at Eiskurve. So very soon. So the first part of Flansgarten, he's just coming through, then Sprunghügel, and then Flansgarten 2. There's Lee Russell trying to make some inroads. And as you can see, the timer has now started the counting down, which will be in 11 hours and 19 minutes. But James Juba going absolutely skywards through the second part of Flansgarten. So fully committed, kept it planted. And now we'll go into Schwalbenschwanz. And then the Kleines Carousel, which is coming up right now. Nice and neatly done. Then through into the right-hander here at Galgenkopf, or the last approach down the Duttinger Höhe. Now we'll see the second intermediate from James Juba. Will it be a personal best in that part of it? No. Down on that one as well. That was a 2-minute 57.8. He was 2 seconds slower than Yerny Simoncic in that second sector alone. And I mean, that's basically a 4-second differential over 2 sectors. And that is absolutely mind-blowing here at the Nordschleife. So down through the Dottinger Höhe for the final time. I think James Juba must be pretty happy that even moving into a new car and into a new team, he's doing his level best. But I think also We could see what happens here as Jakubowicz is in the pits, but what's it going to be, Ewan? He's about to cross the stripe.
Doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement to me. Went deep into the Tiergarten as well, and it's at 8-minute 2.3, I'm afraid. A good second and 8 tenths away from his best lap time. Jakubowicz, you're right, couldn't improve either on that last lap time, so he's going to be in third place, both in that qualified session and on the grid. Indeed, the top four are going to stay the same. It's going to be Burst Esport, followed by Satellite Racing, Unison Racing, and Mugen Sim Racing are going to be next. Then things get a little bit more complicated, I have to admit. There's going to be a lot of maths going on behind the scenes as we get ready for the race beginning in about 11 hours time, just over. Yeah, we know who's going to be on pole at an exceptionally special lap time from Jonas Simičić, a 7-minute 56.7. He's going to take it, and he's decimated the field by nearly 4 seconds in the end of that session, which is just a remarkable amount of time, especially when you consider the quality of the field that we have this year on the grid for the Nürburgring 24 hours. But yeah, that's just about it for qualifying. And yeah, it was a very, very enjoyable session, I have to say. Very, very much enjoyed that one. And yeah, that's just not only whetted the appetite for the race, but even increased the excitement for the race. I absolutely can't wait to see how this kind of this field is going to develop over 24 hours, because we know what they're like on one lap pace, but it almost means nothing in comparison to a whole 24-hour race around this place. So yeah, absolutely cannot wait for it to kick off.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to speak to some of the competitors very, very soon. But with that in mind, now that we have completed qualifying for the one-off event here on GTR24H, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which will kickstart at 12 o'clock Central European Summertime tomorrow, but once around the clock. We'll be back after a brief commercial break. Back in a moment, folks.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Well, now time to round things up for what's been a rather exciting qualifying session. Forget the EEWC. Our one-off event here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife here, Ewan O'Leary, has just provided some much-needed hype, courtesy of one particular team and then also one particular driver. We thought lap times were going to be quicker in the night time, but never would I have thought it that Jurnej Simoncic would have been the best part of nearly 2.5 seconds quicker than his teammate David Mrozek in the night. That lap, you know, like literally he was pushing the envelope, and effectively he then gets the Azatec water cooling system for his PC because he's got the fastest lap in qualifying. Yeah, but obviously we've got to just make sure that's all rectified and everything. But once that's all confirmed, that's a pretty good way to start ahead of tomorrow's race. Well, effectively, it will be today's race, effectively, because fast approaching 1 o'clock Central European summertime here. Just taking it all in, it doesn't. I have to pinch myself again.
Yes, it was very good lap time indeed. But the thing that's really getting me excited about the race is the kind of depth and quality of these teams in this race. I mean, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, it was here last year. It was fantastic. We wouldn't have brought it back if it wasn't so great. So you know, it was a really good race last year, and we've got all the kind of signs that it's going to be another great race this year once again. You know, the depth and quality of the field, as I just mentioned. You know, we've got Satellite Racing are going to be there. Mugen Sim Racing are going to be there. Vlogger Sim Racing may even be there. I don't know what their plan is for the race or what, but apparently they're supposed to be coming here as well. You've got Unisim Racing as well, with the 717 in particular is going to be a very, very good car. We've got multiple other cars to watch out for throughout the day, and so that's what's making me very excited for the race. The battles around this circuit are just so fantastic, and yeah, I can't wait for them to kick off either, really. Yeah, that's what's really increasing the hype for me, and yeah, just working out who's going to be the race winner by all this. It'd be easy to say that Burst Esport are going to walk away with it because Simoncic just demolished the field by 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be like that. I think Satellite Racing have got some real strength in depth that they're really going to use throughout this one, and I think they're going to win. The 64 car, I've already put my head on the net, or head on the block, as it were, with regards to that. You know, there's going to be so many great battles up and down the field, and you know, I've just got my concerns about that Audi. You saw how on edge it was, you saw how twitchy it was. I know Simoncic was right on the limit, he was dancing on the knife's edge, but you know, can they keep that car on the road out of the walls for 24 hours? Even though Burst Esport, one of the very best endurance racing teams you can possibly find, I've got my doubts about that Audi, so that's why I'm going for Satellite.
I'm going to basically put it out there like this. I'm not one for making predictions. I just want to see it unfold. I mean, you know, this will be the 4th event that I'll have done with GTR24H. I came on board last year after a very lengthy conversation at 10 o'clock at night when I was in Germany, thanks to Nick Newcomb, and a big thank you for him for getting me on board, because it's been really, really good so far. But the beauty of endurance racing, especially a 24-hour race, and I'm going to look at it from this perspective. I think at the end of the day, as long as you get through the night, and that's true on any 24-hour endurance race, Le Mans, Spa-Francorchamps, the Nordschleife, it is exact. If you can survive the night, you can get to the end of the race, because it's the night time that becomes the danger. For, you know, we have seen it in real life racing, we have seen it in sim racing, where mistakes can be costly. So I think whoever gets there at the end of it will have earned a respite, but also have earned the opportunity to say, yes, we got through. I mean, looking at the teams down the order, Dysfunctional Racing, the 126 BMW. Carl Lewis was very upfront with Yusuf, saying, we want to finish. And they're not setting themselves goals. They know that they're, probably not on the same league as some of these drivers, especially the likes of Norcek and Simičić. But they're coming in here with a what they feel is an achievable goal. And that, to me, says a lot about endurance racing, that people may not be happy with going for the top step on the podium, but they want to compete and they want to do well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different teams with so many different targets throughout this race, which is going to make things very, very interesting indeed. That's what the kind of beauty of endurance racing, really. But I just want to refer to a bit of a comment we've had come in the YouTube chat from Claudio again from Burst Esport, and he's asking me if I've been drinking because I was doubting Burst Esport. Just my opinion. I'm sorry. I know obviously he's going to back his team all the way, and there's they've got a very good shot of winning. There's no doubt in that. I'm not doubting that they've got a very good shot of winning, but I just don't think they're going to. There's my kind of claim that's going to get me shot down by the end of the day. I'm going to be lying on the floor because of it. But
I will never do that to you, Ewan. I will never do that to you, because at the end of the day, Claudio, I'm going to say this and I'm going to say it only once. So listen good. We might be commentators, we might have to be impartial, but we are entitled to our own opinion. You might not like it, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, I'm sure that is. Everybody knows that. We all have our predictions. There's mine. It might be. It might well be wrong. Obviously, he's hoping it's wrong, but there you go. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm looking forward to finding out anyway.
Right, okay, now I'm going to bring in the man that normally provides us with a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. Let's bring in our very own Peter Munkholm. Peter, you and John, I think we heard a lot of laughter in the background. We even heard John actually giving a round of applause, I think, to Simičić. Tomorrow's looking to be a very good race, isn't it?
It certainly is. I believe so. Let me just turn the monitor volume down here so we don't get the screaming. Yes, it is. I am, like we were talking about, that we need a good night's sleep. I'm not really sure that I'm going to be able to get a good night's sleep after this. One thing is that Burst, of course, ran away with the pole position by a good margin, but if you look at the rest of the teams, there's not really any margin there. I believe a lot of the teams after that are really there because they just were lucky and hit that really good lap. Some of them didn't, and that put them further down. So I see the gaps between the rest of the teams are, to me, on this long circuit, not really. There really are no gaps. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's going to be extremely exciting. I would have rather seen more classes on track, and I would have rather seen the cars split up into at least two classes, because that would just different the speed and provide us with the lappery and blue flags and everything, which really is interesting on this track particularly, and creates a lot more drama. But now that it is all one class, same class racing, I think having an equal field like this with this amount of talent is going to be really, really interesting to watch in this play out for 24 hours. And I do believe, looking at it, we will not know the winner before the last couple of hours of the race. Yeah. Right, that's a very good point that Peter made just there. The last couple of hours, we'll see who will be the true contenders. And by the way, Alex, I want to point out to the teams: don't ever give up. Don't think that because you crashed out and had to limp it back to the pits and you find yourself in P18 or P20 or whatever. Don't think that means your chances of a podium are out there, because that exact same thing can happen to every one of the teams in the entire field. I believe you would even pointed out last night that I think Burst Esport in the morning of Sunday last year had quite a big incident as well. So yeah, don't ever think that it's over until it's over.
Right, one final question before we let you go, Peter. How's the weather looking for tomorrow?
This kind of typical backside of a cold front weather with a lot of showers popping up. It's unstable, turbulent air, so with quite a lot of moisture. So we will not know. It's mostly going to be showers all day. I believe Ewan said during the qualifying that when he looked at the weather forecast, it was going to look like total rain out. So yeah, we don't know. We don't know. We were lucky tonight though. The shower that was heading directly for the track would have hit in the middle of Q2. Luckily it just faded away. That would have, as interesting as it would have been, it's much more interesting if the rain hits at the beginning of the qualifying session and then it dries up. Having rain coming like the middle or later in the qualifying session really ruins the point of the rest of the season of that session. So yeah, we were quite lucky.
Well, Peter, thank you very much indeed, and thanks to you and John over in Denmark for your wonderful work as always, and we look forward to seeing you guys over the course of the one-off event here where we race in the honour of Sabine Schmitz.
Yes, and support GTR24H, hashtag GTR24H, and share the stream wherever you go. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Peter. Ewan, yeah, the appetite's just whetted. This has been the aperitif for what's going to transpire when we go green in exactly 11 hours' time here at the infamous Green Hell. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I know I'm not going to be there for the first half of it. I'm definitely looking forward to the latter stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It's to be a fantastic race indeed. It'll probably be me and Yusuf for most of the first part of the race. So we'll have to see how that goes, because it's going to be a long day for all three of us, I think. And of course, Peter and John behind the scenes, who'll be pretty much awake for the entire race. I'll say pretty much. I think they actually will be, but we'll wait and see. On that one, yeah, it's going to be a good race, though. We are looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you. We just hope that you do tune in for the race, which starts at midday Central European time and 11 a.m. in the UK. You can work it out for the rest of your time zones around the world, but yeah, it's going to be a good race, and we hope that you will join us.
I echo those sentiments 100% there, my good friend. So that's it from us here at GTR24H4, what is now the end of the qualifying session for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, our one-off event. It is a non-championship, non-EEWC related race, and we will pay our tribute to the late Sabine Schmitz with a minute's silence of remembrance for the former two-time 24 hours Nürburgring Nordschleife race winner tomorrow before we go green. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and also hit the notification bell. Don't forget to follow us on all relevant social medias, and before we forget, head to our official website, gtr24h.org. On behalf of Ewan O'Leary and myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Peter Monkholm and John Fabricius Torell over in Denmark, thank you. Take care, good night, and we'll see you in just under 11 hours when we go green at the Green Hell.
The GTR24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
start. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.